Hey, hey, hey. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let me know if you can hear me. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, God. Hold on. There we are. There we are. Just got to post a quick little something to the old Twitters. Just letting everyone know that we're live, and then we'll get stuck into it. Yeah, I'll just show you what I'm doing. Have something interesting up. No, may or may not be interesting, but it's what I'm doing. So we'll just quickly duplicate that. Let me just get the old chat up. We got Alfie, Chase, Alitra, Young, Sensationally Mad, Orkin, welcome. Travis Anderson, welcome, welcome, welcome. Hodson, good to see ya. Okay, so new draft. Just need to copy this bad boy over here. Bada bing, bada boom. This is not letting me edit, so we'll just copy. This is the business side of, well, not the business side, the social media side of, I guess they're one and the same. Get that, then we just need to grab the image, click publish, then we'll get stuck into it. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Dazzling, good to see ya. Let's have a look. Streams. That's this one. Bam, get rid of that one. Wait for it to load. Publish, publish now. Done. Alrighty. Let's get stuck into it now. We've got to do some tweaking to the music, because it's a bit intense for just the beginning of the stream. So I think I had stream. To be perfectly honest, I've only just woken up not long ago. So we're easing into this one. All right, how are we all doing? We're back. We're back. We're back. Let me know the levels. Durdlin. Fong. Appreciate ya. Alex, great to see ya. Hodson, hey, hey, hey. You're writing a story, that's cool. Nunya. Meadow, good to see ya. Good to see ya. Where are we at time zone wise? I see some London people. Got someone from Neptune. Fantastic. Appreciate it, Durdlin. Let me know if the audio levels and everything are feeling okay. Now today, I'm going to be testing. We're going to be doing our full-on art study fun times, right? So we're going to be doing warm-ups. We're going to be doing whatever, all sorts of stuff. It's going to be a variety special probably, or we'll get stuck on one thing. Who knows? That's the exciting part about it. But I want to test out this plugin that I've been developing along with my good friend Francis. Let's see if I can get that plugin up here. So from last stream, if you followed last stream, you would have seen me playing around with this little plugin that I was working on, where it autofills Thingy-mabob. It auto-fills selections. Right? But I've built on it this week. I've gone down the rabbit hole and got some help from my good friend Francis. We've got hue shifts happening. We've got a nicer UI, and we've got luminosity lock. So you can see it's all in like debug mode at the moment. So the reason for, and there's some cool little things that just happen to work that I'll show you as we go on, that I didn't realize that would work, but they work. So yeah, so we'll be playing around with that, which is fun. I just want to sort of get out all the bugs and then, yeah, release it ASAP. Hey, Dad. Dad's in. Everyone say hi to John. This is my dad. Nice shirt. This is a brand new shirt. Easter present. Thank you very much, Dad and Mum and Courtney. We got US. We got 9 p.m. Brazil, London. Thank you so much, Vinicius. I believe that's how you say your name. Golf shirt. Yeah, that's it. From Mexico, Venezuela. I was watching something about Venezuela the other day. I really want to have a play around with doing some environments and like some street like illustrations, because some of your architecture is freaking awesome, like very colorful. Thank you so much, Kevin. Means a lot. I did her dirty. Yeah, I get that a lot with all the caricature stuff. It is what it is. Peru. Very cool. Costa Rica. Ohio. Man, we're from all over the place. Awesome. All right, let's get stuck into it. So first things first, warm-up time. So let's put our little warm-up thing for people that are just starting to roll in. This is just a placeholder while we're getting started. Let's have a look. Let's create a new one. All right, let's get some reference. Hey, you can't really get cracking without reference. No, I don't want to. I want to open Pinterest. So let's crack open Safari, Pinterest, and as always, we want to. I've been gathering some environment reference as well in preparation for this stream. So I want to start thinking about the simplest of simple shapes. Chase, you're a funny one. You're from Antarctica, is that right? How's that Wi-Fi going over there? From Brazil. Very cool. So we got some of these street photography going on, which I'd love to use as Blissful. Good to see ya. We're going to use some of that as reference. All right. So because I'm starting to learn a little bit more about environment design and that kind of stuff, I want to make sure I get my practice in, even if it's just a little warm-up. So let's grab a couple of these. Now this is on my Pinterest, so you guys can hop in there as well if you want to follow along. It's just under environment design, and I think this one is public, so you can go and check that one out. let's have a look. So we kind of do this every time, right? We have a little bit of a squiz at. I really love this simplicity. So who is this by? Matty, how long do you do your warm-ups for? I've never caught one of my streams. So this one's by Slorlek Fedor Zuk. My deepest apologies, but I love the shapes there, so we're going to use that as reference. It can go from anywhere from like an hour plus, really. Depends how deep I get into into the any one particular subject. So this one is beautiful. So Jason Raish. I'm going to just see. I'm going to assume that's by Jason Raish. My apologies if it's not. But that's very nice. Very nice. So we're getting both. So this environment here, right? And also style. What you call it? Reference as well. So this is by Ariel Belenko. This is cool. I love the clouds in this one. If only it made it easier to see who this is done by. 404 not found. So it looks like they've taken it off of the old art station, which is annoying because I always want to let people know who these references are, so you can go check them out. Deborah Cheyenne Cruchon. Very cool shapes. All right, I reckon we can get cracking on this. So I might do like one or two environments, then just trying to understand the shapes, and then maybe do some character warm up, maybe some sketching, that sort of stuff. And then, I don't know, it's a free form. We do what we want, really. John, am I thinking about the same stuff when I'm designing shapes for character versus the environment? Yeah, I kind of am. There's like a nice little crossover. It's just on a different thing, right? Instead of a person or an arm or a pec or a head or a neck, I'm looking at the shapes of a window, the shapes of a roof, a tile, pavers, that sort of stuff. It's interesting because it's something that I'm kind of new at, and just trying to find those parallels to what I kind of I'm used to. All right, so I'm really liking, like, whoa, hello. Sorry, that was my alarm to wake up just in case I overslept. And this is cool as well. Oh, this is nice. Yeah, there's something about, like, I'm really getting into environments. They're really cool because I like to expand my output into putting characters in cool environments, both real and made up. Images arrange optimal. On a stark white shirt, the first coffee drip has been spilt. That's alright, it gives it character. Alright, let's get stuck into it. So, going to be using this. Let's get into a better view, shall we? Alright. Let's get comfy. Let's get going. Let's close this one down for the time being. Alright. Let's get our reference. I might start off with this somewhat simpler one. I love this, just slice of life. Just a moment in the day. Particularly the golden hour is my favorite. I'll go for walks around my area, particularly at that time of day, because it just, I don't know, all the troubles of everything just melt away, and it's just good fun. Alright, so autofill selections, quick little demo. Bam, 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 shamalama ding dong. Look at that. This has saved me so much time just laying down shapes, and I know other programs do that as well, but I'm really comfortable in Photoshop, and I like just having it all in one spot. So let's knock this background down just a little bit, and I am going to keep up with chat as well. I'm just sort of getting into the swing of things. What art programs have you used in the past? Quite a few of them. None that I've really stuck with. Like Procreate and Photoshop are really the ones that I'm used to and what I would use often. I've tried Clip Studio, but it's one of those things, it's kind of just a bit of overwhelm. It's like, holy shit, there's so much stuff here to explore. It's like, I'm at a point where I just got to be efficient with my time. So I've just got to pick and choose my battles when it comes to learning new software. Infinite Paint is a cool one on the, not Infinite. Maybe it's Infinite. Infinite Painter, I think, on the iPad. That's a cool little one. And that's the first time I actually played around with this autofill feature in an app, and I thought it was really cool. So let's get our color thingamabob. And one thing, people that have already been working with backgrounds and stuff may think I'm silly, but the realization of working back to front, so putting the background in first, is a good time saver. Hey Dima, good to see ya. Squid Kid. Cassiano, yes, yeah, it is a drum kit. I'm learning the drums, which has been an absolute bloody blast. It's a lot of fun. All right, let's start laying down some shapes, shall we? Let's say that 10 times fast. Alrighty. So I'm just going to start. They're not going to be the correct color to begin with, which is fine. I'm not doing any hue shifts just yet. Might even start to think about the darkest darks here, so it's going to be too light. Darkest darks. And just laying them in. And it's going to look like a bunch of nothing to begin with, which is something I've come to terms with a lot of this stuff. It doesn't look, or just like with anything, well, most things art related, like it starts kind of wonky and looking pretty off. We could also do like a little sketch. I've seen that a lot as well. Maybe I'll do a little sketch just to get my shapes in a place. A bit of a guide. Because I don't want to go one-to-one with this. I kind of want to make things a little bit more wonky in a good way. A little bit more playful. Like the windows might be a little bit skewed just because. Right, you're going to have some of this stuff going on here. Maybe this dips in a little bit. You got some of the foliage. This is going to be like super rough, right? Like really, really rough. Deema, yeah, I just talked about the Clip Studio. I was playing around with it. It's cool. I don't not like it. I just haven't had time to learn all the stuff with it, because I know there would be definitely some time saving things with it for sure, but I've just got to be economical with my time at the moment and figuring out all the little bits and pieces of it. Just, yeah, one day. Alright, so I'm just putting guides in. These aren't perfect. Sort of lines or anything. I don't want them perfect, really. I'm just getting the feel for where some of these simpler shapes are going to go. So there's just a layer on top. Where's my warm-up? .png, there we go, just as a little reminder to you and myself. Adam, welcome, my friend. Gania, do you still use Blender? I haven't recently, but I do. I've got to get back into sculpting. I really, really want to get back into sculpting. Because that is, yeah, it's so much fun. And one way to do that might be to just make a stream, just like a sculpting stream that's on like a separate day or something, just so I force myself to get some of that done, get some of that practice in, just make some time, or else it's never going to get done. All right, cool. So let's have, I want to start thinking about maybe the local colors. So we've got like this local color of this light. See how I'm about, like I said, I will start with the darks. Now I'm not starting with the darkest darks. Like it's all like there's no like rules with this stuff, you know. Let's see if there's similar colors. So this is going to be lighter, definitely. I might actually turn on a bit of that hue variation as I start adding more colors. So what this does, so hue shifts, if I put it up to like 100%, every shape I do is going to be like a completely different hue, right? Which is not what I want. I want it to be more subtle. So what I'll do here is sort of bring it back to around, and this gives you like a little example of how crazy it goes. So if you just do it a little bit, it's just going to have a little bit of color variation. So if I color pick this color here, it's not going to be exactly that color. It might just be a little bit off, a little bit different. So it just changes the hue. It doesn't change the saturation or the brightness, which is handy as well. Yes, we got the berries. Forgot about that. The berries from last stream. This stream is going to be the berries. You know it. That's the best saying. Oh, I'm so glad that Duncan came up with that one. It was great. How you doing, Mark? Enrique, good to see ya. Cynic's Art. I am doing some warm-ups with environments, because it's something that I want to practice and get a little bit more used to doing. I've been doing some on my own time as well, when I'm out on a walk or if I'm walking to places and I find like a little how's that music volume as well? Please let me know. Yeah, if I'm walking about the place and I see something that looks cool, a particular scene, scenery, lighting scenario, the way the sun is hitting something, I'll take a photo of it and then I try and replicate it in my own way with these like really simple shapes. Enrique, yeah, getting into scenery. What amount of memory do Photoshop files occupy when you finish them? Oh, I got no idea. This is all saved on the cloud. I'd have to have a look. Got no clue. Is it tough to set up that autofill action? No, so this is a plugin I'm developing. So this is just like a beta version of the plugin. So it's literally you just download the plugin and then it works when you turn this toggle on and off here. Because it is a pain in the ass to do it in another way. You've got to like add scripts and go into the settings and change stuff. I just wanted it to be sort of plug and play. Now I might be thinking about more of the darks because there's sunlight. This sort of afternoon, late afternoon sun that's going to be sort of popping in there. Darker bits in the windows. We can play around with that as well. We don't want to be too precious with this though. We want to just keep moving forward, keep throwing shapes down, thinking about them. Stevens, I am Aussie. Good catch. It's going to be available hopefully in the next week or so. I just want to make sure there's no super crazy bugs in there. And then I've got to look at the documentation on how to actually get it up on the marketplace in Creative Cloud and all that sort of stuff. So there's a little bit to do, but yeah, hopefully not too long. Yeah, because I'd love to get the feedback from you guys if you do want to pick it up. That would be sweet. Because yeah, this is fun because I love coding. I love development and it's nice to sort of bring the two worlds together. Because this is something that I've wanted in the old Photoshop for ages. Now as you start to put the darker darks in and the lighter lights, stuff's going to start to get dimension to it. Like you can start to see up here, it's feeling like there's light hitting this window, even with the simplest of simple shapes. Which is the most fun for me, because it's all illusion. We're kind of like magicians. Yeah, Adam, yeah, so it will be available. Another down under. Stevens, are you Aussie as well? This needs to be a little bit darker. So what I'll do as well is I'll also squint my eyes to simplify things. simplify the shapes, and it will look like I'm pissed off, but I'm not. I'm having a great time. John, how are you deciding on what colors to pick? I'm just looking at the reference and kind of asking myself, what's warmer and what's cooler? Like, what is this a warm color that I'm trying to put down? I'm also more thinking about values, because I'd much rather say, for example, this is not the exact same color as this, right? I'm never going to color pick from this because I'm not learning anything by doing that. So here, this isn't the exact same color, but it's a warmer color. But what's more important than warmer or cooler is the value. So how light and dark is it? I'm not gonna make this super dark because it doesn't make sense, because it's a lighter wood and the light's hitting it, so it's gonna be a lighter value. So that's sort of what I got going on in my head. I'm like, all right, how light and dark is this? Okay, get that right. And then, okay, how warm or cool is this color? Right, so that could maybe feel a little bit better. All right, and I'm looking at this here. This can be a little bit darker if we're trying to sort of match the sort of shadows. And the shadows, just thinking about the logic of the shadows as well, they're going to be a little bit on the cooler side, because the shadows are really going to be lit by this blue skylight, right? Any light that's going to be in the shadows is pretty much going to be lit by that. So we need to take that into account as well. And just being able to simplify with these shapes is like, I don't know. Yes, I'm biased because it's my tool, but it's fun. Like, I wouldn't use it if I didn't get something out of it. And it's something that I've wanted. So yeah, can't wait to get your sort of guys' thoughts on it when it gets released into the wild. So this is going to be a little bit darker back here. And I found out with it, if I have hue shifts turned on, that it affects, or I've coded it so it affects not just the selections. So if you come here to the line tool and you just throw down lines, those hue shifts are going to affect the line tool as well, which is sick in any of these shapes that you make. But also, this is just like a happy accident. If you're sketching, each line is different as well. So you can have some like fun with, like when you're just doing some sketches and you just want a little bit of that color variation in the sketches. I don't know when you would use that. I've been playing around with it. It's just kind of fun. But yeah, no, it's been fun to, like a fun challenge to try and figure out how to get this thing working. And also for those of you that don't use this tool here, the line tool, super useful. I think, yeah, Duncan's in here. Good to see you, my friend. Yeah, he turned me onto this one, which is like super useful. And then I've just tweaked it a bit, so now it has a bit of color variation. But just for getting these really simple shapes down, it is wicked. Turn it to pixel up here as well instead of shapes. You can't see it because my head's in the way, but imagine there's like shape and pixel. Choose pixels, so then it just lays down pixels instead of doing like a what you call it, like a shape where you can change the Bezier handles and all that kind of stuff. So we just got to remember this is also a warm-up. I might even try and time these as well. Maybe I'll time the next one. So it just gives me a super focus. Timing it is like a good practice just to cut out all the fluff. It just gets your brain thinking, okay, what's the necessary shapes to get this image across the line. Stephen's from Sydney. Awesome. What languages do you know or are learning? I'm in the same space. Oh, languages in like coding languages? The Party Possum. Love the name. That's fantastic. How do I draw set? Practice. To be the shittiest answer, the most annoying answer. And sometimes these don't work out well. But this is a warm up. This is like the no pressure sort of play time for me. John, my pleasure. Camilo, great to have you. Welcome. We got a newcomer. Oh, I'm in love with the hue shifts. Annie, so great to have you. Duncan, is that hue shift slider like percentage of the shifts you get like a color jitter? Yeah, so the less that you do here, the less color shifts. So if you pick a color, the closer it's going to be to that hue. But if you go crazy town up to 100, right, you're going to have a door that has all these different colors. And you might want that, you know. You could, it's kind of, but it locks the saturation and brightness, so it doesn't change that. So I want it just a little bit of variation, but nothing too crazy. So it does have that little sense of cohesion, I guess, to use a buzzword. Stevens. You're talking about Unity. Yeah, I'm thinking about game development, man. I'm almost pulling the trigger on getting like a course and going into game development. I would love to, but I'm kind of like, I don't know, I just like learning stuff for the sake of learning stuff. Nothing for any particular reason. Maybe I'd like to make a game one day. But my main stuff like that I'm really familiar with is JavaScript, TypeScript. This one's using React, actually, which was a bit of a challenge to get it to work using React, but it just makes it so much easier than using just straight up vanilla JavaScript. And it makes it easier to sort of build on top of as well. So this line tool can't be used for everything necessarily, but if I want to get this shape just right in here, then I can just use that lasso tool just to bump up that brightness just a tad. The Karma designs, yeah, I just leave them up on the YouTube channel. Ashin, welcome. Oh, fantastic, man. Yeah, really well done on that Wednesday, the Wednesday illustration. That was really, really good. Yeah, I'm playing around with that, Duncan. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I'm definitely possible. But it's just one of those things. I've just got to stop the development somewhere just to release it. And then I'll get sort of feedback. I'm just trying to find, like, I want this for myself, right? I'm just trying to find, oftentimes, if I want to change the hue and saturation, I'll change it here for the base color, if that makes sense. So if I want something more saturated, say like this red over here, I'll actually do it in the base color here. So any hue and saturation that I mess around with, it's like if there's a hue shift, it's going to be based on that saturation that I've put here. Putting another slider here that mimics that could be kind of redundant, but there could be use cases for it. I'm discovering what this is used for myself as we go along. So and I think there's also a way to get beta testers to use it as well. I've got to figure that out, which could be cool. Oh, I just want to do a stream talking about coding and development. I would lose like all of my most of you guys that are in here at the moment. But this is my sneaky way to shoehorn in a bit of development talk. Anike, welcome. Welcome from Bangladesh. Man, we're from everywhere. That still blows my mind. That absolutely blows my mind. We got people from all over the place. So cool. Thanks for popping in. Victoria, good to see ya. Appreciate it, Duncan. Stevens, yeah, I'm an artist, tech artist in games, but the technical side is drawing me in more. Making my art functional is so rewarding. I'm even doing a CS course with HTML. Oh, awesome, man. Yeah, it's something that I want to figure out how to join the two worlds, which is this just like a very small step, just this little plugin. But even like my website shout out, you can check it out in the description, beneblin.com. I just coded from scratch because I could, and it was fun. Was it efficient for what it's going to be used for? No, definitely not. But was it fun? Hell yeah. Did I learn something? You betcha. Alright, so I'm now just refining some of these shapes. Now I'm squinting down and seeing what's standing out, what isn't making sense from a values perspective. I think a lot of this has to be, we can start to add a bit of texture here on the roof, right? Because a lot of these are going to be hit by because everything that gets hit by a light source becomes a light source itself, right? So these are all getting hit by this reflection on here, so we can start to maybe add a little bit of the hint of that. Just with some sort of like random shapes here that kind of mimic. Not really, but I'm just being loose with it. And then you could get some of this pattern that's already in there. Drag it across. So it just adds like a bunch of detail pretty quickly, which is cool, which isn't always useful. But when it is, it is. All right, so yeah, so just continuing to go along with this, having a look. Let's get rid of the sketch now. We've got enough to work with. I mean, we could even do some line work. I've seen some of this with some artists as well, when they're doing some of this plein air. That's what it's called, style paintings. They'll just do line work over the top, which is cool. just to give that like different aesthetic, this different look. I want to give some idea of perspective though with some, well, so what I can do is I can use this line tool to kind of give me a little bit of that variation, or bump up the variation just a tad here as well. And then we've got the foreground elements that we need to take into account. So we've got, I might just do another layer. The painting and the reference, well, these are, because this is like style reference. This one's just straight on the canvas. So this one's called Pure Ref. It's just an app that you can download and you can just arrange them like that. It's pretty cool. All right, so let's add in this foreground tree. I like doing these. I've been playing around with this line tool more and more. And just doing this kind of stuff. And with the hue shifts, which is just kind of like a cool way of getting some shapes down. Again, this is just like it's not like a finished illustration or anything like that. But it's kind of cool. All right, let's attempt the bikes. Simple shapes. Way too big. Put smoothing on because I'm jittery from the coffee. Let's actually just grab. And this is all in shadow, right? Basically, or like diffused light from the sky. There's like one here, so we don't have to be perfect with this. We can like alpha lock that. But this reminds me of sort of like VizDev kind of work. Like it's not super finished, but it gets the vibe of what I'm sort of after. You can even come down here and just start adding some stuff. Yeah, look, this is somewhat coming to an end. The warm-up. I could keep finessing this for a month of Sundays. But I will... I'll keep chuffing along just for a little bit longer. This guy, something like that, so you've got even Oh, Mixter, you absolute legend. Thank you so much. Catch up with chat, bloody hell. I do have a Discord, but I don't personally. I haven't got any way of me actually doing feedback sort of stuff. Do I prefer painting straight or cutting into separate objects layers when lighting? I like doing both. I really like doing both. There's different scenarios that I would use each one, you know. But like here I'm using the paintbrush. But I'm really digging this like cleaner look, or this like cleaner aesthetic of like the really hard shapes. Hard edges, and then creating the illusion of light just with values. And I think there's going to be like a balance there between them that'll be kind of like appealing. I've yet to find that yet, but it'll yeah, it's all just experiments, you know. Nothing we can't figure out. All right. Tech Room, I'm doing well. How you doing? Good to have you. I was sort of figure out, I don't know if this is actually possible in Photoshop, but, or just like with the Photoshop API and like coding it up. If I can add a texture to the fill of this, so instead of it just being a flat color, I wonder if I could get a texture working. That would be something to explore, because that could be cool, because then you could maybe like load in a texture and then use that and then like toggle on and off textures that sort of I wonder. All right, look, I reckon I'll leave that there. That's cool. I got what I wanted out of that. Warm up. Oh, Renji, thank you so much. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. Duncan. Why does that get me every single time? The berries. I wonder if that's ever going to get old. I hope not. No, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. Fuck the berries. Fuck. All right, no noodling on this. All right, next. let's do some character stuff, hey? I might just grab some reference and just go for it. Or maybe I'm gonna, instead of reference, let's see if we can do some imaginary stuff. All right, so there's this exercise that I've seen a lot of people do where they'll just throw down shapes. Right. Random old whatever shapes. And then they'll sketch within them to sort of create the character or the face or whatever. So let's try that. This could turn absolutely horrible, but you never know if you don't give it a whirl. Mohammed, I do like Photoshop over Clip Studio only because I'm comfortable with it. That's really the only reason. Alright. So let's see if we can... These are probably going to come out pretty generic because I'm not super warmed up with the old... with the old hand eye with the character stuff just yet. Quick tip with the eyes as well. All right. Actually, I want to try something here. I wonder if this is going to work. All right, so I've got something in OBS. So if I actually have a tip that I want to share and I want to record it and I don't want to download the whole stream, I want to try this from like a content side of things, if you will indulge me. All right, so I'm going to move the camera there. That might work. Okay. So I wonder if a record's going to work. All right, we'll see if this is going to work. So a quick tip with the old eye direction. Right, I like to think about the eyes as actually that's jeez, my apologies. I'll turn the music right down just so I can put my own music on. So with the eye direction, right? Say I want him to be looking this way, right? What I like to think about is the irises. The iris, I think it's called. It's a sphere, right? The eyeball is a sphere, but the iris, I kind of think about that it's the end of a cylinder, right? And it works the same way. So if I want the cylinder to be pointing this way, it helps to have it sort of pointing that way. If I want the cylinder to be pointing this way, we can sort of arrange the cylinder in a way with this ellipse to be pointing that way, right? So I'm just thinking about the eyeball in the same way. Where's that end of the cylinder pointing? If it's looking directly at us, then that eye is going to be looking directly at us. If it's sort of off in that kind of direction, then it's going to give the illusion that that eye is looking off that way. So that's how I can sort of, or what I'm thinking about at the very least, when it comes to eye direction and sort of making eyes feel like they're a little bit more dimensional. All right, so these are just ends of a sort of cylinder, if that makes sense. Cool. All right, so I just recorded that, so that's a little bit of a, I wonder if it works. I don't know. I'll check it later. But yeah, just oh my god, my apologies. Music went ham. But yeah, hopefully that was helpful. But also, yeah, I'm trying to think about ways to share more stuff in different ways, and while not also burning myself out time-wise. So if there's things that I sort of come across while I'm doing this stream, I might do that. I don't know if that's annoying or not, but hopefully the tip itself is actually helpful. Victoria, oh no, they're back to bury. Why? Why does it? Every time. There you go. If you want me to giggle, you know what to do. See, even these teeth, they've got dimension, they've got direction. Right, it's going to be super exaggerated. That bottom lid as well is like a good sort of expression. What would the word be? Expression tool. There you go. It looks creepy as. But and he's got a rat's tail. Why does he have a rat's tail? I don't know. Because he's a Jedi. That's why. Alright, cool. That one done. This is still warm-up time, so don't want to be spending all day on these ones. Okay, so how can we think about this? Maybe I think about, so I'm thinking about the 3D form when I do this as well, right? So this is a very 2D shape to begin with. All right. I'm almost thinking like someone's like a grumpy old man or old woman. Big chin. Now this doesn't have to be the head necessarily, this could be their hair. So this could be her hair. Maybe she's like that kind of archetype of the Monsters Inc. Mike Wazowski. That lady, whoever she is. So it's just like a good little practice. It's the official saying for the live stream. You know it is. Blissful, long live the berries stream. But seriously, I appreciate it, Blissful. Now, I've got a good chat in here. I really appreciate you guys. I really look forward to these streams. All right, let's think about this one, hey? Like, what sort of character? This is potentially like a tricky. I mean, I see kind of like a profile view of, and everyone's going to see different things, right? Don't have to follow it 100%, but it just gets the sort of creative juices flowing. Maybe he has glasses as well. I like this guy. He's got a bit more character to him than the other two. Like, you can imagine him as like a real person. But yeah, there's going to be like a bunch, like, because these are just, well, like, there's going to be a bunch of ones that don't turn out how you want them. So if you're doing this, don't stress out like I would have, and sometimes still do. Long arm, hey, welcome. Melissa, Clip Studio or Procreate? I don't know. For me, Procreate, just because I know it. Not a knock against Clip Studio, I'm just more used to it. Roger, hey, welcome. Yes, it has. It has. Good to see you in here. All right. So I see this square head, right? Maybe this can be like, again, more of like a stern, someone that's just sort of fed up with the youth. Big nose. This is where we can like play with proportions. These proportions might not work, right? Like, it might not be the character that we want to always draw, but this is like an opportunity to just play. Barretto. Appreciate it, my friend. Good to see you in here. Orange, did you make a lot of art you don't ever show? Not a lot. There's some stuff that I don't show, not for any particular reason, just that it doesn't end up sort of making the cut for what I'd want to share. Sugar Beats, welcome. I have played drums recently. So as we start to refine it, we've got a bit more dimension. I like trying to feel and get the dimension of the eyes feeling right. Right, so these feel a little bit flat. This has a little bit more dimension. These ones are okay. Well, not really. I don't like it, but like this has like dimension. There's like in front and behind this nose. It's got some. You could like reach around and sort of touch the other eye. It's not like sort of on a flat plane. Yeah. Pattern fill. Cool. So then that's a function I could call before it displays on the screen. I'll check that out. Thanks, Duncan. Yeah, you get some weird looking stuff. It's fun to like experiment and play, right? This guy reminds me of the Up. The Up guy. Then what do we have here? I don't know. Maybe like looking up at someone's face. I mean, this is going to be tricky. I'm getting too structural with it. All right. Hold on, before I get cracking with chat, I might just I want to think about this one just quickly. Then I'll have a quick break. Then I'll come back to chat. I'll just knock this one out. What? Maybe it's more like this. Maybe it's completely different. Something just real different. somewhat creepy. No, we've turned the creepiness around, maybe. You can go as like cartoon or as like realistic as you want with this stuff as well. So yeah, she's gone much more cartoony. Yeah, not loving it, but it's a warm-up. No massive stress there with it. Alright, so that was kind of cool. Warm-up's done. Alright, just catching up with chat. Alright, you know what? I've got to take a quick break. We'll be back momentarily. Let me just... be back in 5. Cool. All right. I'll see you all shortly. We are back. So what are we going to work on? That's something that I should have really figured out before the stream, but that's alright. It's a variety stream. Let's have some fun maybe with some rendering, some painting, doing more sort of graphical rendering sort of stuff. Let's catch up with chat though before we get stuck into it. CMG, good to see you. Do I have any art books? No, I don't, unfortunately. Oh, fantastic, Sugar Beats. Sugar Beats, any cool bugs or animals? No, actually, you know what? I want to show you, because I've said this for many streams. Let's, I'll see if I can show you the bats really quickly. So this is what I see every... Yeah, this one. I don't know, is there like a video? Yeah, so for those that don't or that haven't heard any previous streams, I help out at the university here for sort of software design and development, and sort of help with lectures sometimes and this and that. But here, when I'm walking back to the car, I get to see this almost every time. So these are bats. And then you see him just go all over the place. They're pretty cool. I don't know if I've got a video. But yeah, so you can sort of clearly see. I think they're fruit bats. They're pretty harmless little things. But I thought it was kind of cool. So there you go, Sugar Beats. There's proof of animals that I've seen. Yeah, Duncan. Yeah, I'll have to have around with the pattern fill. This character looks like my uncle. Yeah, it's good fun, isn't it, Duncan? Just playing. Oh, Roger, awesome. How's the meds map going? They're redacted. You crazy kid. I don't play Valorant, no. Mohammed. Alright, Sugar Beats, colour. What's going to be a good explanation of colour in a short sort of way. Maybe I'll go do some. I'll go to my other expression studies. Alright, because I've got some sketches that I haven't filled in. Not that one, not that one, not that one. So this one I was playing around with. There was another one as well. Nope. 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 There was definitely another one. Yeah, that one. This could be a cool little fun one to play with, I think. Just the sort of expression and sort of materials and hair and whatnot. So with color, I don't know how, without context, where to get started. I guess maybe I'll just explain it as I go with this one. I might just clean up some of the line work a tad before I get stuck into it, so it's not as sketchy. I want to see if I can, that's going to be a good thing, if I can simplify this one right down, like the colors and the shapes and that kind of thing, and not go too rendery with it. That could be a nice little challenge. But let's just clean up a bit of this line work, a bit of the thinking. Maybe I want a little bit less transfer. So transfer being the lightness and darkness as you put pen pressure down. So we've got flow control. Yeah, that feels better. Maybe I'll keep a bit of that texture though. Keep a bit of that texture and just scale it down a tad. Contrast a little bit more. Brightness, bada bing, bada boom. That'll do. Nothing too crazy. Yeah, but I want to see how simple I can start going with some of these characters that I'm doing. That's like the challenge, right? Hamza, welcome. Good to see you. You draw so much because you do oil paint. Well, you could really take a lot of the ways that I like to think about color can be translated directly to oil painting or any other medium. So warm colors, cool colors, they're all relative. And hopefully I'll show you what I mean in a little while. So yeah, I guess the goal is render this guy in a way that's simplified. Still has a little bit of that volume, so it still looks like three-dimensional forms, but I think going less rendery, 3D rendery is like a good goal. just for something different. They're redacted. They would have to be anthropomorphized bats, I think, to actually be holding a baseball bat. I used to play baseball. And those bats get pretty bloody heavy. What I want to do, I've been thinking about this more and more, is I want to do like an initial D, but my take on like the main characters, like with the car as well and that sort of stuff. So you got a little bit of that mechanical hard lines. Like I reckon that'd be cool to play with. I'm really like enjoying looking at that kind of 90s anime aesthetic. Well, not even anime necessarily, but just like that Japanese sort of vibe. But then just trying to figure out how can we bring it into today sort of thing, but still hold a bit of that. There's some, I don't know, there's something, although I've never experienced that, there's something weirdly nostalgic about it. Like I didn't grow up in Japan, I don't know, but it's something just cool about it. I don't know. Alright, let's have some fun. That should be enough, I think. Yeah, it's clear enough. Okay. Now the name of the game here is Simple Shapes. Simple shapes. So let's turn these both to multiply. Let's just begin. So I'm just thinking about the local color at the moment. I'm just getting the outline. I'll fix this up later, maybe, or I won't. Actually, what might be beneficial is just getting the outline of everything to begin with. I'll just grab the outline of absolutely everything, including this. So now we've got something to work with, and we've got hue shifts on, so we want to get the actual color that we're picking. Okay, so I'm digging the lighting setup. So it's a very diffuse. It feels like a diffuse lighting setup. So we're going to have some subtle value shifts. There's nothing super harsh. Like the shadows aren't really harsh. So it's tricky, but it looks cool if you can get it feeling right. So let's just make this maybe like a neutral grey to begin with. So then we've got that base shape to then paint within with like clipping masks. Mixed it. Did you just do another one? You crazy kid. Thank you so much. Catch you later, Stephen. All right. Let's start with the skin color. Maybe I'll grab my layers over here to give some context as well. So I'm going to use this base shape for like the head essentially. To then color in, so I can use this as a mask. Oop, use that selection as a mask. Now I can say, all right, let's start putting in these shapes. So I'm thinking about the eyes. I might just be crazy and just do it all on, or do the face all as one and just adjust the shapes as I go. That's the lazier way to do it. But it could also be a more fun way to do it as well. We can always cut back in and add different shapes and whatnot. Now, one thing I have found that's super useful from like a hue, like using these hue shifts, is if I go to color, that can start to give. So I'm thinking about the local colors of things. So the local color, meaning, how do I explain local? Because it's still, like, I understand what it is, but I'm still trying to figure out good ways to explain it, because it confused the shit out of me for a long time. So it's imagining that the properties of the skin, because in reality, without light, we see nothing. So it doesn't matter what the local color is. If there's no light, there's no nothing. But essentially, it's like a white light that's very diffuse and basically shows the neutral color and properties of a material, right? So if you were looking at an orange, it would show it as orange. If you're looking at an apple, it would show it as like a red apple. Versus if you had like different colored lights, can actually affect the material itself. So it's basically an example people give a lot of the time is if you've got the object out in overcast lighting, right? It's really cloudy, it's white light, and it's where you actually get a lot of the color, the local color showing through, particularly in like environments and stuff like that, when it's overcast versus like a really harsh lighting day. So I can start to just think about these little color variations in here and just put them like somewhat randomly. I'm thinking about like, okay, there's going to be more blood in the ears, right? I can even make him a little bit more, what you call it? Bump up the opacity of him just to get some ideas. So I see a little bit of blue even underneath here. Whoop, no, wrong layer. That'll happen. A little bit of blue underneath here. Right. Grab a little bit of that red. Yeah. A little bit of red maybe. Even just a smidge of yellow along here. Because if we're trying to capture this similar lighting scenario, maybe even a little bit of red on the cheeks here. I mean, I'm getting very stylized with this. If you wanted to get it more accurate, you might use the airbrush tool to add in some of these sort of color variations. You got the lips here. Add a bit of texture in there as well. Right, so we're not even thinking about values because this whole side of his face is going to be dark. I've actually been watching more and more on Robert Kondo and Dai Tatsumi, I believe their names are, on how they think about this, and I love their work. So I'm going to try and do it more how they might tackle this. Now I've got a layer on top. New layer. Let's start thinking about the shadows, right? So I'm going to try and do multiply. I could do this all on one single layer using the normal layer mode and then adjust the colors accordingly. I'm just going to save some time and just add in a very hard edge where these shadows are going to be. Now there's a bunch of different ways to do this. I don't always do it this way, but it just gets it quick. And we can, all right. So then we can add a little bit here. It's going to be now these are just techniques to get to an end. You could do this with oil painting. It would just take longer as all. We're just trying to block out these shadow shapes. Right, so there's going to be these are all hard edges at the moment. This is a very hard transition on his brow. Hamza, I use very minimal brushes, and it depends on what I paint. At the moment, I'm just using the lasso tool. I haven't used any brushes yet. The window on the right, that's a plugin that I'm developing. So it'll be available soon for auto-filling selections and doing hue shifts and that kind of stuff. Yeah, I might play with, like we did last time, Sugar Beats, how we played with the character a little bit after. Local value is what we're working on in my drawing class right now. Hyper. Interesting, yeah. So local value is attached to local color from what I understand. But so we've got this local color of the skin here, right? If we make everything black and white, that's the local value of that skin. Now you'll notice if we make this eye, right? We go back to our local colors and we make this eye like a blue without any lighting or anything like that. This is sort of like the base color of the eye, right? You'll notice if we go black and white, that eye is a lot darker than that local color of the skin. So each color has its own value. Even if it's on the same material and that kind of stuff, you can have the same material with different local colors and local values. But you'll notice that this skin color, this Caucasian skin color, is lighter. His hair is darker. His eyes are a different color as well, and they're also darker. So it's something to take into account as well. And it's why with these color variations that I want to keep it close. You'll notice that you can see these because the color's different on the skin. But if I go black and white, they disappear because they're a similar value. They're very close in value, right? And that's how it looks like it's part of the skin when you add shade and light and all that kind of stuff. And if you have like not tattoos, but like just these variations on the same material, that's like a tool to make it look less flat and gives it a little bit more interest as well, if that makes sense. Chalkboard. I appreciate it, Sugar Beats. Yeah, it's just thinking about that light source, right? And we've got a nice little reference to work off of. Now we could merge all this down at the moment because this is just helping me, right? So we can, let's just do that just to show that it's not I'm not being super reliant on the layer modes. So we'll just merge all that skin color down into the one. All right. So now this moves as one. So what we can do is we can start to think about the values and how I might want to darken this down a little bit to make like a smoother transition there. I might want to use the smudge tool for time saving, you know. You can do that as well. There's nothing wrong with that. So now we've got that smoother transition on the brow. It's not perfect. That's why I don't like using the smudge tool explicitly just for doing that. What I might do is make it all hard edge to begin with and work with values to get the sort of results that I'm looking for. Ah, thank you, the warm-up sticker. As always, I forget to do that. Yeah, Marco Bucci's fantastic when it comes to color. Highly recommend checking him out. Yeah, knocking the white background down really helps me. And I think I might merge all the line work onto the same layer as well. So now when I cross over shapes, it's going to sort of get rid of that line work a little bit. I might want to put that back in later as well. Who knows? But let's continue. Right, so let's be analytical about this. What are we trying to do? So I want to make this hair darker, right? Whoa, that's not what I wanted, so get a little bit more of a darker value so we can sort of throw that in there. I still do want to play around with layer modes just because it's faster. Right, so then I can come here and say, okay, no, that was way too dark. Let's just come here. So I'm just going to layer things on, but still keep it faceted. So I want to start thinking about the occlusion shadows where it's going to be hard for that light to sort of come in. And just start going. And erasing back. I see Lois do this a lot actually, like she'll make a selection, she fills it in and then she sort of like erases it back and that kind of stuff. I like the look of that, so I might use a little bit of that as well. Shout out Lois. Now we've got to think that this is soft light, right? And you'll notice something that I always try and keep in mind. In this lighting scenario in particular, it's quite desaturated where the light source is. Right, and the most saturation is kind of in that in between. It's hard to tell, but as you get used to looking at this stuff, you can start to pick up on these things, and it looks a little bit more naturalistic, I guess you could say. If you start desaturating, so if I get this color, but just knock back some of the saturation, and it depends how the light we want to go with this light source as well. But having these sort of transitions be a little bit more desaturated can help. I don't know, just make it a little bit more believable. And it makes those saturated parts even more saturated. Or give the illusion that they're more saturated. It sort of gives them the spotlight a little bit more. Whoa, 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 whoa. Alright, so even here, like the light wraps around the nose and sort of comes into here a little bit, so I want to bring in a little bit of that light. I'm doing it more manually at the moment, just at this stage, because I want to have a little bit more control over the values. I mean, we could do it all in black and white, right? This still has to read. Do a bit more hue shifts with some of these colors. And the cool thing is when you're doing it in grays, like grays are where you can have a lot of leeway with the different color variations. Because even if we go pretty crazy with the hue shifts, you can tend to still feel okay. Because grays, you can have a lot of harmony. between the greys. This is a really fun way to paint, or quote unquote paint, is with this lasso tool. It's wicked fun. Even squinting down, you know. Seeing. Might knock the hue shifts back a little bit. CMG, yeah, my next video, I do have an idea of what it's going to be about. It is going to be about line work and all the things that I've learnt about line work itself, which a lot of people ask me about. And it's something that confused me for a long time, and I'm still learning about it. There's never going to be a point where I was like, I understand line work now. But just some things to keep in mind, which I hope will be helpful. Oh, it's bucketing down outside. Hope that's not too annoying. All right, so choosing the specific colors. So what I'm doing here, so cooler, I've decided that the shadows are going to be cooler, right? So if we take a look at this light color and we say put it right here on like a neutral gray, we can take this same color and put it next to this color here, which is the shadow color. Look how cool they are, right? Sorry, look how cool this color is compared to this. This is warmer. This is perceived to be cooler. But if you do this, right, you just get that. Oh, still doing hue shifts. You just get that cooler sort of skin color in the shadow. But then we put a blue next to it. Look how warm that is in comparison to that blue, right? You can tell which is cooler and which is warmer. So it's all in context. That same color can be perceived in many different ways depending on its context. So its context is the warmness of this light source, right? So that's why I can be pretty out there with some of these colors, because they're still going to be perceived as sort of cooler and the same value, right? They're still within that kind of value range of the shadows. You can see that separation between shadow and light. So it's both of those working in combination. So I'm thinking about how light and how dark should this shape be, or this section be, and then how warm and cool. The color is kind of like the last thing that I'm thinking about. When will I release a plugin? It'll be probably maybe in like a week. That's what I'm going for. If I can get it out earlier, that'll be sick. Can I fade a fill that I've just done like with a brush stroke instead of having to erase it away? Yeah, that's another thing I want to figure out as well, right? Like, I wonder if there's a way to like, can you feather a selection? So if we make it like a selection. All right, so let's toggle this off. So if you just toggle it off, you get Photoshop default, whatever, right? So let's modify feather. Okay, so if we go feather 20 and then we fill it, does that does give, oh shit. Oh, I've got to release this thing. I don't want to be fucking around too. Maybe that's like extra stuff that can be added afterwards. But that's cool. So if you can like toggle on like smooth feather or feather shape, so then it's just like really soft shapes that you're putting there. Oh my goodness. Oh, I want to stop doing this and I want to code that right now. I want to see if I can get that going. Oh, that'd be sick actually. That'd be really, really cool. All right, let's get back to it though. Maybe that's for another stream. I just like knock out bugs and add features to it. That could be cool. Let's add back in the auto selection. So I hope that made sense, Sugar Beats. No, it's not. So this is what this luminosity, so Duncan, when you're talking about the value, if I just do full saturation, right? So this is something that was a big aha moment for me. All right, I'm going to record this as well. Let's give that a shot. So this is like a big aha moment for me as well, right? If I get red, yellow, oh hold on, I'll do it on a separate layer. If I get pure red, pure yellow, pure green, pure blue, blah blah blah, you get the idea, and purple, right? You look at those and say, okay, they're really saturated, right? But if we go black and white, you see that they've all got what we're talking about, like those local values. They've all got their own different values depending on the color. So this can be extrapolated when it does the hue shifts. So say if we're, and we can use it to our advantage as well. So instead of lightening something up with just pure white, we can lighten it with like a more like of a yellow or something like that. But I'm going to stop recording because I don't know where I'm going with this. But oh my god, why does it go to full volume? So if we do a hue shift and we make this the base green color, if the randomizer chooses like a yellow color, right? So it's going to start hue shifting a little bit here. If I go like to Crazy Town, the grays aren't a good example, so we'll go a little bit more crazy, right? Just with the hue shifts, it's not going to lock the value because you'll notice that all these are different values, right? But this is what we've tried to do with the luminosity lock that's here. I haven't played around with that yet. Or haven't showed you guys that yet. So the luminosity lock, the idea of it, we've still got to tweak the function that's running behind it, but we're running some calculations in the background where it gets the base color and then it's going to give you a hue. So this is the hue target, and then it's going to give you a color that's as close to that base color's value as it can get, right? We've still got to tweak this, so that's why it's like experimental at the moment. But say we've got this base color here, but I want it to be more of an intense sort of blue, but have a similar value. We can lay that down there. It's pretty like intense. You can see that there's a real difference there, but if you go into the values, it's closer, right? It's not perfect. It kind of works. It's kind of hit and miss at the moment. So you'll see I grabbed that value and it's tried to match that value as close as it could with the hue that you've chosen. And I think it's depending on the hue, because I don't think you can ever get necessarily the exact same sort of value depending on the hue that you choose. But then there's ways to mess around with hue and saturation. It gets pretty bloody complicated. It's more complicated than I thought it was going to be. But you see, like, these are very similar values with the hue lock. But yeah, so that's... But what you can do instead is choose, if you want to get close to the same values as what's sort of in its surroundings, you can go and choose the color overlay mode. And if you just want the hues but keeping a very similar value, you can then just use and then hue shift away, and then that's going to give you hue shifts, but it's going to give you them all within a very similar value range, which is another way to work as well if you want to use overlay, like layer modes and that sort of stuff. So I'm laying all these different colors down. Whoa, I just changed everything to I just filled it all in as one color. But yeah, so it gets pretty complicated. We're trying to figure it out. That's why this is like experimental. But yeah, there's ways to get around it. Arian, welcome. Another Aussie. Oh, here in Adelaide. I'm in Adelaide as well, studying at CDW. Awesome. I'm actually doing a workshop there next week. That should be cool. Does gesture and structure have to be at odds? Definitely not. Definitely not. Do I ever invert the warm color you have picked to its cooler opposite? Not really. What I do, like if I want to cool a color down, so say if I've got this like really warm one on the cheek here, right? And I lay that down, so I'm just on a normal layer mode. Lay this down and I want to make it cooler. I'll often desaturate it, because what that's doing is sort of pulling it across the color spectrum to the opposite color. And if you do that, you get like a cooler version. It can look gray if you go too far, but just cooling it down like ever so slightly, you can do that. But then if you want to make it even, like, you do the opposite, and to make that transition a little bit nicer and a little bit less intense, doing the gray opposite of that can sort of help cool that color down even more. Like you can even just, instead of going all the way to the opposite color, we'll just turn it just a tad toward that sort of cooler blue, and that can just make it even more subtle of a thing. Yeah, there's so much when it comes to color that you can do. I've not figured it out, and nor will I ever, but it's fun to explore once you have sort of a bit of an understanding. Gingerinio. I'm not one to talk about sort of working at studios and stuff, because I've never done it myself. I feel like I've come into this industry through the back door, really. I'm all about making your own way, trying to figure out your own things. And yeah, so unfortunately I wouldn't be comfortable giving any advice. I mean, I could give thoughts on it, but it's just not coming from experience, which again, it's just thoughts. Root Gaming, I will, it's my plugin. I'll be releasing it probably in a week or so, so you'll probably be able to get it through the old Creative Cloud Marketplace, or I'll put it up on Gumroad somewhere, or yeah, you'll be able to find it. I'll post it in my stories and all that stuff, and in the description here. See, you look how, like even this illusion, right? You look how light underneath his eye looks, but then when I go and color pick that and put that down by the chin, look how dark that is in comparison to the light side. Like, it's pretty cool. Like all this illusion, all these illusions that are being made. Let's add a little bit of darkness to the eye. A little bit of that shadow. Now this underneath here. And the cool thing about this is we can get as blocky as we want with this stuff, right? But then we can smooth it out as much as we want. We can use these as an underlying base. All right, to inform our decisions on rendering and this kind of stuff. We can make it all super smooth and look like a 3D rendered thingamabob. Or not. Yeah, HSV is good. You're welcome, Sugar Beats. Awesome, Victoria. Big brain bend moment. I like going on to that, so I don't think that question. No, you're fine, Duncan. No stress, man. No stress. I didn't even think about that. Like up until kind of recently, like the values of individual colors. But there is a way, because there's a way to lock those values so that it only spits out the correct value of that sort of target value. Anyway, I'm talking. I know what I'm thinking. I know what I'm talking about. A lot of you are not going to understand what I'm talking about. So yeah, I'm trying to figure it out, and it'll be cool if I can figure it out. But I think honestly, the stopgap solution is just using that color layer mode if you want to lock all the color variations, you know, to the correct value, or the value that you want. And the cool thing is this can be done with like oil paints. You get the correct color, the correct value, the correct hue, lay it down, and rinse and repeat until you finish it. Like I want to get into some of the oils again. That was good fun. The workshop's like a 2-day... No, it's not matte painting. It's a character design. And just really my thought process for sort of doing more of the stylized characters, particularly faces and that sort of stuff. So it'll be like a 2-day sort of thing. Exile, thank you. No, I don't do plein air paint. Like, I don't know, like truly plein air is going outside and painting, but I've been doing a little bit more of that sort of stuff. Recently in Photoshop, I've been doing plein air April, I think it's called, but I haven't been sharing them really. Just my own sort of practice. Who was a favorite book illustrator from your childhood? I don't know, to be perfectly honest. I really like those like Star Wars like cutaway drawings of like all the ships and that kind of stuff. So whoever that was fascinating. Yeah, I don't know how you do it in Clip Studio. Maybe I'll make a plugin for Clip Studio if they have an API. Yeah, I think I might be doing that more and more, sugar beet switching from oils. I want to do some more traditional stuff. Maybe even gouache and do some plein air. Because we've got beautiful like botanic gardens here in Adelaide. I might want to sort of get outside a little bit more in nature. Now, I want to keep the line work in this one. I want to make it feel punchy. I want to make it feel like cool and everything and like rendered, but I still want to keep that line work. Almost akin to how the Sam does arts. Does beautiful rendering. But he also keeps that line work in there, which sort of makes it quite interesting. I don't know Cody Foreman. No, I don't. Kind of looks like me. Josh, I'm Ben. Ariane, not Josh. So, yeah, you see one that says Ben Eblin. That would be the one, unless they have messed up the emails, which would be embarrassing because I don't know how to do matte painting. It says Ben Elim. Everyone gets my last name. It's not hard. Oh well. It is what it is. Alright, let's start thinking about some of these occlusion shadows. So it almost looks like very mosaic, which is cool. I love it when oil painters do this. So this is like the digital equivalent, I guess. But as I said before, as you start to play and like add softer edges and that kind of stuff, you can really make something look a lot more interesting. I think like JC Leyendecker and his more graphical way of illustrating things. Now this fur is going to be an interesting one to tackle as well. Also this eye, this side is going to be lit more than the other. And there'll be like a transition here. There's also going to be shadows down here as well. Mamo, how's Australia? Australia's fantastic. I love it. Toiki, welcome, welcome. The colour patchwork quality on his Faciano is ace. Yeah, I'm really digging this kind of vibe. You're going to be seeing more and more of it from me, I reckon. Blue. No, too red. Knock it back a tad. Not red enough. I think we're going to go a little bit of both, Mark. Do a little bit of blending, keep some of the hard edges. Oh, that's awesome, Ben. Fantastic name, by the way. No, I appreciate it. I'm glad to hear you're getting something out of it. Morbid Sniper, go for it. Oh, awesome, Victoria. You have fun with the game assets. Those value lessons really are the berries. Thank you, Victoria. I'll catch you in the next one. I haven't been to Indonesia, no. No, I haven't. I'd love to go one day. Yeah, I've heard the Puss in Boots movie is really, really good. That's something I have heard that. Mohammed, what do you think of Ahmen Aldoori's drawing style? Very cool. Big fan of Ahmed. Ariane, is this Lasso 2 tool hue shifter a default? No, it's a plugin that I'm developing. So it'll be released in the next week or so. It's the berries, definitely chalkboard. Duncan, 150 million%. Oh, I kind of want a cap. Kind of want a cut with just like a couple of blueberries, or like or just like 3 different berries or something. I don't know. That could be fun, I reckon. Official Ben merch. Ben Eblin design merch. But I want it to be like legit quality though. Like something that I would buy, not just like slap on a name on something. Alright, let's maybe block in his green thingo. Oh, it's a hood, isn't it? Yeah. John, no, nah, just went at it with what I understood. Used a little bit of Chat GPT to clean up some stuff. I just went into the Photoshop API documentation and the UXP is what their Adobe's developer thing is. So UXP in Photoshop API, and just try and figure out very small steps how to get stuff working. Oh, I should do this on a separate layer, shouldn't I? Oh no, I'm on a separate layer. There we go. Catch you later, Roger. Yeah, that's my problem as well, Sugar Beats. Sometimes it's late and my body's like, time to sleep. But then my brain's like, you've just discovered a new way of doing something. Or it's like, oh, now you feel like you want to draw this thing or that thing or create this thing and blah, blah, blah. I oftentimes overrule that feeling because I know in the long run it's going to come back to haunt me. Maybe this is an opportunity for, because it's like corduroy. Kind of, whatever. Maybe I can like play with this sort of stuff. Like some texture. Maybe not. Don't look too fantastic. What country have I traveled to? America and Japan. And that was both when I was very young. I was like 11 and 14, I think. 11 when I went to Japan, 14 when I went to America, 13, 14, somewhere around there. Yeah, ChatGPT is pretty freaking cool. Yep, sugar beets. I agree. It's all to do with the when you sleep and getting into that routine. I'd love to visit Egypt. That'd be amazing. I've always been fascinated with the history there. Yeah, I gotta fix the eye here, I think. It's annoying me. Maybe I separate these into their own thing. So I always keep those separate. Let's work on this eye. I think I can even lighten up some of these values and darken these values in here as well. I can do that maybe with a multiply layer. Yeah, I've played around with color jitter. The thing with color jitter that I like and didn't like that it was It did it within the brush itself, if that makes sense. So you come, oh geez, so you sort of come, if we play around with that idea, so if we go color dynamics, hue jitter, right, it's all within the brush itself, which is cool, right? And you can have like all sorts of craziness in there, which is sick. But what's, yeah, I've got to figure out ways that makes sense, you know. It could actually, like I haven't really played around with it like too much. But what I think's cool with this, doing it on every stroke, is say that I did want to do some like line work, but the line work had a little bit of color to it. It's literally like on every stroke could be different depending on how different you want it as well. Right, so if you want it a little bit less, it's more you can control it a little bit more. But here you can sort of start doing that kind of stuff as well. That's what I've wanted for a while. But yeah, I want to more color in my work. So color jitter and that sort of stuff, definitely something I'm going to be playing around with. But yeah, this reductionist sort of graphical reductionist style would lend to more of that for sure. Will lend itself to more of that. Let's have a look at this eye. So I want to still keep it very, there you go. So that gets you like color variation in like in a less sort of like uniform way. If I want to make this like a really sort of stylized kind of eye. Let's just get rid of the eye altogether, or the iris. Christian, what's happening, man? We've got Christian in the house. He's been streaming himself as well, so go check out Christian Nee. He's been sharing his knowledge. Yeah, I want it to be less realistic. He looks a bit not all there. Hold on, I just gotta think about this. I think the rounder the eye, the more stylized it can feel in this situation. Yeah, make him look a little bit more surprised. He doesn't look surprised there, he looks weird. Let's add in this topple lid. Maybe we knock back some of this so it's more like that maybe. his eyebrows. I've got to do some of the work here as well. I really want to push like expressions more with some of the stuff I'm doing as well, instead of just having the general like default face. Yeah, that'd be cool, Duncan. That'd be awesome. LT Klutzy, yeah, just hue shifts. Just shifts the hue. No, not at all, Duncan. Not at all. Oh, awesome, Arian. Duncan. Yeah. Nah, definitely go check out Christian's YouTube channel. Peaches Hollow, welcome. Maybe we have his mouth open a little bit now as well. So it's like, I reckon bigger eye. Nah. Let's see. Let's merge these all down. Must be crazy. And a little trick if you want to do some surgery on something and you don't want those gaps in the background. Like I want to play, oh geez, hello. Hello, Mono. Like for example, I'm going to warp this, right? You'll have like gaps of the background. So I just duplicate that layer. And then we can come underneath here, just go. So now he looks a little, he's not like he's about to fall asleep. But then we've got to fix some of this as well here. So we'll Just merge these two. Too much hue shifting going on. Two peas in the pie. Oh, I'm hungry. I'm actually really hungry. Yeah, stream's going good. Stream's going good, Peaches. Hello? Yeah, I think... Yeah, the upper eyelid needs some work. Also the direction that we're looking at it. But no, we're just playing. So if this is true, the light's coming in this way, then this should be illuminated a little bit on that side as well. See, this is where we can use all this sort of very geometric way of thinking. We can use those colors that we've laid down and just paint, merge shapes where we want them. Oh, sugar beets now. I won't take a break to eat. I might take a break to get another coffee though. Any cool projects? Any cool projects? I mean, I'm excited about sort of growing the YouTube channel and sort of doing more of those types of videos. Yeah, there's one that I can't talk about. I've got some potential collaborations coming up as well, which is fun, which will be fun. Brush employs color jitter to help create quick palettes. I like the idea of Photoshop helping with color decisions. Yeah, definitely. Particularly if those color decisions are grounded in the fundamentals. It's perfect. Which was more savvy like you with all this stuff. Yeah, it's just honestly, I would give ChatGPT a shot of asking questions on how you can create certain actions and things like that, particularly ChatGPT 4. Yeah, I'll give that a whirl. like short of making your own plugins and that sort of stuff, that could help out. Oh, the business side of things. I did. I used to watch the Avatar: The Last Airbender, not like religiously though. Like I couldn't tell you about all the story and stuff like that. Thank you, Sim. Yeah, the business side of things. Yeah, I guess like it depends what your goals are as to how involved you want to be in that sort of stuff. For me, it's like I look at all this stuff as like a game. You know, social media. Pause for dogs. And we're back. Yeah, I think about all this. They've been good recently. Yeah, it really depends on what your goals are, on what you want to or what you should focus on, because it can get pretty overwhelming. But yeah, it's more. I think of it more as like a game. Like I'm just playing the art, social media, business game. It would work the same for whatever industry you're in, right? Like you could. I don't know. I'd be thinking about playing the mural painting game. What does that look like? The YouTube tomb. Hello, welcome. ChatGPT. Yeah, I'm still a bit worried where all this AI stuff is going to lead, though. Ah, Duncan, you gotta get over that, my friend. Self-promotion is... Yeah, I feel weird about it myself. Like, I'm with you. But when you've got people that want to know when you've got stuff going on, because that's the default, right? If I'm thinking about it, it's like, who cares about what I've got going on? But then people start reaching out because you've put yourself out there, and it's like, well, shit, yeah, some people actually want to hear about what's been going on and what you're working on and this and that. And yeah, it's definitely a learnt skill. It doesn't come naturally. Kernel Crasher. This is a plugin I'm developing at the moment, so it's not just available just yet, but it will be available in about a week or so. YouTube team, you're just trolling. No, I appreciate it. What the dog doing? Being freaking annoying. That what the dog doing? They've been good though recently, but for whatever reason, something's set them off. But no, if you try and come into this house without warning, everyone in the house is going to know about it. That's for sure. So it's good security as well. But not good for streams. See, I default to going like... I said I wanted to go simpler with this, with the rendering, but... Oh well, I'm having fun with it. I think I've got to do some style studies of what I'm thinking of so I can really narrow down on what I'm focusing on. The light might hit there. In reality, I think this would actually be not... Or in reality, it looks like he's got a medical condition with the way his proportions are at the moment, but in reality, if we're thinking about the 3D shapes, that would actually knock back, because this is going back in space. If we follow that, that's going back in space, like in that sort of perspective. So that's something to take into account, rein it in just a tad. Let's add in this line here, maybe. Keeping some of the line work. I don't know, I'm having fun with it, just playing. There's no stress. Hi dogs, am I familiar with Dream AI image generator? No, I'm not, Tomb, I'm not. Baha, hey! You want to learn this method, autofill, and did you explain this, how to have the window? Yeah. So this is a plugin that'll be available soon that I'm developing. Account note, I lost an art show today and feel pretty... Oh man, sorry to hear it. It's one of many, right? It's nothing to be defeated about. You could flip that way of thinking and be like, all right, cool. This is another art show, another step towards the next one. Right? It's, if not this one, we'll try again in the next one. And if not the next one, we'll try again in the next one. And the best thing about that is you're going to be getting better every single time. So yeah, no, I'm sorry to hear it, but it is going to happen, and it's how you come back from it. But if you lost it today, give yourself a little bit of time to just take it easy. And then get back onto it tomorrow. That would be what I would do. I lost the art show. Alright, when's the next one up? Cool, let's get going with that. Even if I could get some feedback from some of the judges, maybe, that would be even more valuable. So then this gives me like a focus to work on, you know? Thank you, Chippy, welcome. Chase. Yeah, there's some weird legal stuff. To take into account. If I was a studio, I wouldn't touch this stuff with a 10-foot pole. At least for a little while. Cruento, welcome. Good to see ya. Rip Pup, the dog doing security, you know it. Good dogs. I know they've stopped. I don't know, Arian. What the last song, whether it was the last song before the last song. It's Epidemic Sound stream playlist. I'll check it out, Toon. Go make a pizza. There you go, sticky art shorts. Pizza sounds good. Pizza sounds real good at the moment. Well, speaking of music, I think we've hit the end of the playlist. Let's go back to the top. Can't be bothered trying to think of songs to do. Alright, in here, this is going to be a lot darker. So I want to start thinking. About how this is going to affect all these forms. We've got the light coming from this way. So here we can think about this maybe being a little bit lighter as it wraps around. Alright. I am gonna go grab another coffee. You know what that means. I'm going to need to put on smoothing because I'm about to get jittery. So, give me 5 minutes. And I'll be back. We'll finesse this beard a little bit more, I think. Maybe do some line work in here. Maybe I'll add his little nose ring, make it a little bit thicker. See, it's a compulsion to draw for me and paint. It's like, if I don't do it for a little while, I feel weird. So I'll just get into the zone and I'll just forget that, yeah, I said I was going to get some coffee, and then I'll forget chat. And then I'll feel bad. Russ, you did catch a live stream. Account now, yeah, awesome. Get some feedback because that's perfect. Because then you got something to work towards, and that's the most valuable stuff that you can get, right? So then you can use that as ammo for the next one that you sign up to. Thank you, Blissful. I'm not choosing many brushes, it's literally just this one brush. So, where's here? It's like a long, skinny brush. Here, I'm thinking of just putting out my brushes that I've made soon anyway, so I'll have a link. They're really not as important, because I mean I did most of this just with the lasso tool, a hard edge lasso tool. Whoop. Russ, that's awesome. That's awesome, man. So glad to hear you got something out of it. Speaking of self-promotion, Russ is talking about the Gumroad tutorial. Links in the description. So I go through in detail the illustration of this guy down on the right here. And you get a 40-page PDF field guide, some 3D models to reference from as well. So go check that out if you like this stylized stuff and want to dive a little bit deeper. How long have I been drawing? On and off for most of my life. I'm 29 now, so for quite a little while. We're doing this stylized stuff maybe for like a year and a half, 2 years. I was originally doing more realism stuff, and I was kind of stuck in that mode for a while. Anyway, got to get that coffee. He's slowly coming together. That diffuse lighting is a tricky one. I'm going to make some transitions here. Anyway, stop. All right. Let me do a little back in 5 minutes. Cool. All right. I will be back momentarily. 2. We are back. Catch you later, Arian. Good to see you. I thought I was Paul Rudd. I get lots of different people. People say that I look like Paul Rudd's just doing like a YouTube stream drawing. Take 1 hour naps 4 times a day. Like I've heard about that. What is it? Polyphasic sleep or something like that. I've looked into that back in the day. Not if you mess that up, it's no good. The crash is immense. That's how the guy, I think he was creating WordPress. The guy that created WordPress. He did that while he was making it, which is interesting and which inspired me to look into it, but he didn't recommend it. All right, let's have a look. Where are we at here? What are we doing with our lives? Okay. That one guy 90 draw you for $100. I'm gonna have to decline that. My apologies. I've had a lot of asks for commissions and bits and pieces, and I would. There's a few more people in line before you that, if I ever did do that, I would have to reach out to. But I appreciate it. I appreciate the offer though, nonetheless. I mean, it could be a sketch. If you want me to just do like a 2-minute sketch and want to donate $100, you can screenshot it. I mean, if you want to do that, I'll do that. I'm not gonna lie. KND, hello. You were shaking at work. You need me a sketchbook. Yeah, Candy, likeness is a tricky one, right? It is a very, very tricky one, and that's one of the things that I can safely say comes with a lot of practice. Like with most things, of course, but that's one thing for me. There was no one thing that really clicked for me. It was just almost even getting used to observing people. Getting into the mindset and sort of taking in people's faces and features and looking at why they looked a certain way and comparing them to other people, and why does this person look this way and why does this other person look the other way. Yeah, it's a tricky one, but I'm making a course at the moment that I want to dive deep, like it's like a course with like exercises and bits and pieces that I'm really looking forward to getting out in the next few months. That'll give me room to go deep into that topic, because it's fascinating, right? How does someone look like someone without looking like someone? Like, you can tell it's them. but it's not them at the same time. And there was an issue that I just fixed up. All right, if we're thinking in 3 dimensions, here we go. I might actually record this one. So let's go back. So if any of you are streaming as well, there's this plugin called Vertical in OBS, and it allows you to rearrange another screen. It's going to go Inception here for a second, but I'll show you what I mean. So you can see here on the other screen, this is what I'm talking about when I'm recording. So I've got it set up for a kind of TikTok short, Instagram reel kind of thing, and then you press record, and then you can kind of do your thing, and then you stop record, and then you've got that there instead of doing it separately. If you are a content creator out there, I'm experimenting with that today, so we'll see. But what I was talking about here, there's something that looked off about this eye, right? Actually, I'll record it. There's something that looked off about this eye, right? And I couldn't quite think about it, but when I start thinking about the 3-dimensional forms of this head and the eye, right? If I do the wireframe and I think, okay, this wraps around here and the eyeball, but more specifically where this sort of eyelid connects to the bottom eyelid on this side of the eye, if we extrapolate that all the way to the other side of this eye, it's going to stop around here. We might not even see it, right? So to fix, excuse me, cut that out, Ben. Okay. To fix what might be wrong here. So really, if this eyelid was true, if this line was there, then really this eyelid should be like around about here, which doesn't make sense. So if we extrapolate that down, think about this as like a sphere, as like a ball. What we can do is we can just remove that eyelid, right, and have it like wrap around that ball of the eye. And now it looks a little bit more like it sits in the head. It's meant to be there. Right, there's a little bit of playing around with this. But yeah, that sort of helps fix it, and then you can finesse it a little bit more and have a look at, okay, how far this comes down, and you can see that in the reference here. This is all in 3 dimensions. See how you can actually see it wrap around. You can see that wrap around that eyeball. So you actually see that edge of the eyeball, which is where I was kind of missing that part there. So yeah. Stop record. Oof. Back to normal stream. The 3D models have helped. Awesome, Blissful. Russ, yeah, stylization. So really it's simplification is a lot of it. A lot of it has to come down to simplification. So ironing out the details is a good analogy that Michael Mattesi of Force Drawing, I got that from him. Also, not to self-promote too much, but I put my notes on this sort of stuff as I find them, I'm building a library online of all the stuff that I'm learning, of just some loose notes and resource and that sort of stuff. So this is beneblin.com. Actually, I've got like a notes on stylized character design, and here is just all my thoughts on it. Character sheets, thinking about the features abstractly, and I'll update this regularly and give you some like people to look at, some books to check out, some references, character research, blah blah blah. So it goes for ages, right? So if you do want to check out, that's what is basically on my website is my thoughts on both the art side of stuff, learning how to learn and building skills, my content calendar, and sort of business side as well. So learning YouTube, blah, 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 blah. So it's another place that I get to share what I'm learning as well. So hopefully that might help you out and give you a little bit more context as well to give you some light reading. Prathav, I cannot talk about that. And I don't know if I am going to ever be able to talk about that. It's up to them when they come out with stuff. You'll see artists on Instagram, they come out with their work. It was only a very small part, but it was cool to be thought of nonetheless. But yeah, that's the I am handcuffed by the NDAs. I look like someone. Yeah, I don't know. I get all sorts. And it depends if I have like beard, if I've gained a bit of weight. My face. I don't know. For me, this is probably for everyone, but like if I lose weight, I gain weight. Like my face looks really different. A whole lot of weight in my face. No, I haven't seen that video done. I actually might have seen that. It kind of rings a bell, but if you want to link that maybe in the comments, because I don't know about the chat allowing links. I've had troubles with that in the past. If there is a video of that. But a lot of the likeness as well, yeah, you can reference like caricature artists, even if it's not the style that you're after. Because for me, I don't necessarily like going full caricature with stuff. I want it to still have that feeling of like me and the stuff that I like. But some of those principles you can really run with and have some fun with it. Oh, that's satisfying when you can just put the highlight in. It's like shabam. All right, let's stair step this now. I would like the shape dynamics on this brush. So I'm using the one brush. I'm using the lasso tool and one brush. And that's it. I want pen tilt, but I don't want the size difference. So now if I tilt the pen, I want to make this a smoother transition. But still stair stepping it though. I'm not smoothing it out. I'm using the values to make this transition smooth, you know. Right, so see, you zoom out and it's like cool, you can see that that's like a rounded surface. Not perfect. We'll do some finagling and some finessing with this. We can even make this look more like a line decker piece, because he's kind of like, he looks like that would make sense. That'd be cool, because line decker oftentimes in the darkest darks, I've studied a bit of his work, like he has this cool, like really uniform crosshatch sort of stuff going on, particularly in like the darks and in the shadows. So he would even have, say like here, you might even just see like the paper or the underlying canvas come through in in the shadows. So we could even look at some references of him and mold this guy to be more Leyendecker-esque. I'd love to mix. Like, I'll show you what I'm talking about, because there was this artist that I absolutely have fallen in love with. See if I've got them there. Yeah, this one. This like Japanese Akira Toriyama. This sort of stuff, like anime, but it's got that more realistic. Like, you got the Dragon Ball Z, right? But it's like more realistic rendering a little bit, even the line work and the forms and that sort of stuff. And then coupling that with some like Leyendecker rendering, maybe even more of this like geometric stuff. I really want to start meshing and mixing and matching different one, subject matters, and two, styles. So that's maybe that's another YouTube video, how I would like mix and match different styles. Could be cool, because I've had that in the back of my mind for quite a while. Which way? All my materials that I'm using are in the description. Shebang, yeah. I say some weird shit sometimes. Minecraft or COD? Fortnite is what I play sometimes. It's just light-hearted. Don't have to think too much. I play it with a mate. I am Fabian Daniel on YouTube. Again, shout out if you want to go check out. I appear in some of those streams. And I think I'll be appearing in some of the gaming content as well down the track. But see here, say if I wanted to add this mole, right? Maybe this is another. Yeah, let's record it, bugger it. Okay. Posture up. Say hi to social media, everyone. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Action. Record. So say if I wanted to add this mole of this guy, but I wanted to add it to my painting, right? I'm not going to add the darkest dark here, big old mole, and then get like a really light value. I mean, if you had a huge mole and it was glowing, maybe that would work, but I want it to be more subtle with it. So I want to think about, okay, if I get this value, I want to dip the value down just a tad, just a little bit. And then I might even want to just grab one of these lighter values, right? Just these little bit lighter values just on top here, just to add some subtle, like a subtle mole or protrusion out of this plane. Right? It still fits within the light and the shadow, so if you zoom out, it doesn't look too out of place, but it's there. You can even make it a little bit darker. But yeah, that's how I would add some of these sort of little skin imperfections or perfections, depending on how you see it. There we go. Thank you for that, for your patience on this. These are just experiments. Hello, social media. I'm even thinking about like doing some streams with segments that I can cut up into YouTube videos. I think that'll be cool for like a efficiency experiment, to see if I can get out more YouTube videos with value while not running myself ragged doing all these separate things. So let's darken this up a little bit. Yeah, thank you, logo. Yeah, just checking the check the description. It's an XP pen. Oh, that's the Dragon Ball creator. Well, so it shows how much that I know. It's, yeah, there you go. I'm not like so much of an art nerd, like about all the people that are in it, in the art space as well. Like, I don't know. People ask me sometimes, like, oh, have you heard of this person? Have you heard of this person? I'm like, maybe. I don't know, but then you show me their artwork. I'm like, yep, I know that person. I've got like a whole folder of them that I'm currently learning from. So yeah, names I'm not too great with. You show me the art, yeah, I'll be able to remember. Let's get some of this scraggly beard, some of these shapes, excuse me, just a little bit clearer, you know? Maybe we can even cut into it a little bit here. Now, one person that I love what they do with light and color is John Asaro, right? So we can even play around with, let's grab a John Asaro piece. If we go John Asaro. Now pause, shoes, what are we what? Maybe it's John, John maybe, with double S. There we go. Now, if we look at his thinking in some of these pieces, like you look how vibrant some of this stuff, right? This is the guy that made the Asaro head. If you look at his actual paintings, we can start to think and look at the ways. I'm just trying to look at a safe for work. Like this one, right? You look how vibrant that is. That's absolutely beautiful. Now, compared to mine, it's very dull at the moment. But we can start to break down and think, why is he putting saturated colors in certain places? So we can start to look at patterns. So we can see here, like what I'm seeing, the border between the light and the shadow is very saturated, particularly where there's cast shadow. Now it's a little bit harder because this is more of a diffuse lighting setup. Here on the hand, there's a transition between the light and the shadow, very saturated, right? You can even think of the head as like a transition into shadow, where you've got this really bright highlight or the light side of the hat, and this is the transition into shadow, very, very saturated, right? See on the cheek here, you've got that reflected light bouncing up. That's going to be very saturated, right? On the leg, that transition there, very saturated. So this is where I can start to maybe even bring some of that in, and his brushwork is phenomenal as well. It really follows the contours. So we can even start doing that a little bit, even though this is a little bit more desaturated is the reference. I can even bring a little bit of that in. Right, and even in the darkest darks, he puts pops of really saturated colors. So we can start playing. Let's start playing with that. So if this is like a real random stream. There's no, I'm bouncing around all over the place. There's no real rhyme or reason. But we've got the color layer mode, and we can maybe. It'll be too much. We don't want to go too overboard with it. We can just take some of that thinking. Whoa, no, thank you. A little bit of that thinking on the edge here, and we can really knock this back. Like we can go overboard and then bring it back a little bit as well. And this is the fun of study, right? This is play. This isn't for a client. This isn't for anyone. This is just for us. Excuse me, you and I on the stream, looking at how we can. And with the hue shifts, we can play around with that as well. But I want to have a little bit more control, so I'll knock the hue shifts down a little bit more. And maybe where here gets a little bit brighter, right? Where that light kind of wraps around on his face. It's not going to be as intense, but it sort of adds in some of that sort of saturation there a little bit. And then we can knock this right back, just so there's like a hint of it. Just a hint of that color variation. Then we be crazy, and then we merge it down, and then we can use those colors to smooth them out. Right, it's not going to be as intense, but it's really, again, thinking about the why. I'm all about the why. Why is he doing certain things? Why would he make certain decisions, you know? Maybe in this eye, this can be more intense because the light's coming here. It's like a disc, right? So we want to really push that border between the light and shadow, that color and that saturation. Right, he's got purple eyes for some reason. This guy has got brown eyes, so we do what we want. Right, so even just doing a little bit of that, and even here I think can be a little bit more on the saturated side. Just bump up that saturation here. It just brings it up a little bit more, something a little bit more interesting, and it's going to be determined on the mood that you want to set as well. But I've sort of set an internal goal for myself with my art in general, is to be a bit more vibrant with the colors, because that's what I enjoy looking at. That's the art that really appeals to me, so that's what I'm gonna sort of go for. You sent me a DM on Instagram. Look at it. Don't wait. I'm in the middle of the stream, man. I'm thinking about doing art critiques. Maybe that's like a Patreon deal or something. I don't know. It could be cool. Oh, Duncan, cool. You're working on Red Bull. That's cool. I've done a bit of work for them. Well, in particular for a streamer friend of mine, Paladin Amber. Go check her out on Twitch. She does gaming content. So that was fun. Way out of my stylistic comfort zone. It was like a chibi or a chibi or however you say it. But yeah, I did. She's sponsored by Red Bull, and she sort of got me to do a little character of hers, which was done ages ago. It was quite a while ago. But yeah, that came about from just knowing her. I'm not making you wait. I want to, because I saw that you can do beta. You can get beta testers in. So I might hit up Francis, which is my great friend and co-podcast host of the Make Now Think Later podcast. He's an absolute technical genius. So we're both going to be working on these plugins and stuff together. So he might be able to help me figure out how to get the beta testers in here to get it going a little bit before a week, maybe. And you guys will be on the top of that list. Don't worry. Even adding, right? So this is where the luminosity lock can come in handy. So if I go luminosity lock, I want to get this in here, and I want to just add pops of color. All right, but I want to keep this similar value, right? So I can come in here. lock that luminosity, right, and just come in into the hair here itself and choose this color. So it doesn't look out of place. I can even add some reds in here, like some transitions into the reds. It's not too far off. This is getting like really psychedelic with the colors as well, but I'm cool with that, I don't mind. And I think we need to fill in a bit of the back of his head here as well. And I think I cut that back. Let's just knock him down here. And we can even add a hint of that, some rim lights, just to get the back of his head standing out a little bit more. So I'll add in the screen logo. Hey, who will be a beta tester? Duncan and Mark. There you go. And whoever wants to be, I guess. I'll put it on my stories. Also, I've got a newsletter coming out tonight, and that has a link to like a landing page if you want to sign up to be the first to know about the release and maybe beta tester as well. So sign up to that just to be doubly sure, but I've got you two in mind anyway. Logo, go for it. I'm listening. I think what might help this as well. So got a little bit of that darker background in here. Just make his head pop out a little bit more. There you go. And even little things like this, right? Like you come here and you can just go like just a couple of these like flyaway hairs. Just give a little bit of, I don't know what it is, but just like a little bit of something. Don't know what you call it. Insert buzzword here. I'm pretty sure it's the CC versions of Photoshop that it will work with, because it's their latest API that I'm using. So it should work with most all of them. Keyword should. I've still yet to test it in production though, because this is in I'm in developer mode in Photoshop at the moment. Alright, let's play with this fur. Now, fur's a tricky beast. Whoa. What? Get out of here. So let's think about this for a moment. So I've got this shape here for the fur. Let's cut into that a little bit. So we've got a little bit of that texture here. But there's a flow to all this. All the shapes and everything, there's a flow. So I want to see if I can capture a bit of that flow just with a couple of these to start with, then we can think about the color variations. But also I want to keep it stylized, so I don't necessarily want to go too realistic with it. And there's also perspective going on here, so you've got these little tufts that are going to be like these are kind of facing us as it sort of wraps around the whatever this thing is called. And get really graphical with it and just layer it up. And it gets kind of lighter, I guess, over as it gets to the edge, but I don't want it to be too saturated in the color. But this is a point where I wouldn't mind a little bit of that color variation, that hue shift. Dylan, welcome. Yeah, I guess that's what beta testing's for. I'll flick it through to you. I'll aim to get beta testing working. But it should. I don't see that there's a reason why it wouldn't work, unless there's some weird API stuff that Photoshop and Adobe have done with previous versions. But it should. Put it this way, I want it to work with as many versions as possible. So yeah, I'll aim to do that. But I love the idea of what you said with the pattern fill. That'd be sick if that could work. That'd be absolutely awesome. I think you've ruined my sleeping pattern because I feel like I'm going to go on a coding tear tonight and experiment and explore. So thank you for that, Duncan. You have single-handedly ruined my sleeping pattern. That's all good. See, I'm just trying to layer this down. There's some other colors underneath there. I'm fine with that. Even down here, a little bit darker. Hey Legrand, you are on time. All right, so let's have a look. Let's try this out. Whoa. Let's add some of these multiply. Yeah, I'm wondering, Duncan, from the business side of things, are you posting to social often, or it's something that you're yet to do, or? It always interests me how others are sort of promoting themselves and getting their stuff out there. Oh no, I'm working on the bloody wrong layer, as always. There we go, right layer, cool. We're back. We are back. He kind of looks like he could easily turn into, who's that Marvel Spider-Man universe? The bird guy? I can't remember. He's giving me those vibes because he's kind of look like feathers. Oh, okay, cool. How's that been working with an agency? What's stopping you, Mark, from being a working artist? What's the big hold up? Because I'm of the, just from pure experience, there's more than one way to get into the industry. There's just so many different ways. And the ways are just going to keep expanding, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. The cut would hurt a little bit. But look, if it's consistent, there's nothing wrong with that. That's great. That's very cool. Yeah, I've always wondered how that works. Like what? What that sort of looks like. So I wonder if I do my little trick of the rim lights on the feathers or the fur itself. So it sort of like knocks it back from the on the background. This in here is too dark, too light. I'm just realizing that now, so let's go back in. And knock this down just a smidge. Maybe do a merge. Let's cut this guy out. So come here. Shabam. Actually. Cut that out. Cool, so they're separated now. Let's throw that and merge that, so now the background is all connected and it's just this front feather part. So then I can come in through here and really make this silhouette of his hood do its thing. One thing with this is it's getting to a result pretty fast compared to really finessing with the airbrush and getting really rendery with it. Gives me like a really cool base. So let's play around with cleaning up these shapes a little bit and getting these planes reading a little bit clearer. Yeah, good way of putting it, Duncan. Yeah. That's cool, Mark. That's good. The crazy thing is, you've got some students that have an absolutely massive following on social media. Right? It's just because they're consistently posting their stuff, and as they're getting better and better and better, they're building a bit of a following. And I'm seeing some of them while they're still in school, they're making like an income and that sort of stuff from their art while they're in school. So that could be a thing to think about as well, Mark. All right, let's think about these forms here. So like with the ear, I think the ear's a little bit too light, maybe. So we can do a little multiply trick over the top. Just darken that ear down. Whoa. Just a smidge. Alright, that's where it was. See a light, a little bit darker. Then we can get real tricky with it and start picking out some of the lighter parts that we want to show that the light's hitting and mask that multiply layer. Yeah, that's cool. Merge it down. Come in with a paintbrush and just paint. Bit of a nicer shape here, more interesting. So you have a habit of just bouncing around all over the place. Logo, so yeah, this is a plugin that I'm developing at the moment, which does the autofill. So it doesn't come standard with Photoshop. Oh, Sugar Beach, you're making me hungry. Damn it. Don't worry about the algorithms, Mark. I really wouldn't, especially at the beginning. Once you're in the habit of getting the posts rolling and in the habit of posting and sharing what you've discovered and sharing things that you're proud of, then you can start to think about what might quote unquote work and won't work and that kind of thing. But if you're not enjoying it in the first place and just putting the stuff out there, you know what I mean? That's the first hurdle. Tomislav, welcome. No. Yeah, it's good. You caught the tail end of it, which is good. Oh, yeah, logo. This is Photoshop. Thanks, Duncan. Yeah, I'm digging the purples. Purples are fun, particularly where it gets like super dark. Even just kicking them in there, the values won't change too much, but it just gives it something, I don't know, just a little bit different, akin to the Asaro-esque sort of vibe. But all this is very dark in here as well. It should be dark, so I do want to kick in some darkness. Some of these values in here on his hood. Mixer brush. I've not played around with the mixer brush. How? Explain. Where is this mixer brush? I might have done it a long time ago, but I can't remember where it is. Put it this way, I haven't done it very much at all. Alright, so where's the brush? Would that be in smudge? No. Or is it a brush on its own? Oh no, it's a brush. Okay. Now what to do? What to do? So you reckon you can just go... What? Just bristle smudge. It's kind of like the smudge tool, yeah? Or is it like a different engine that it's working with to do the smudging? I mean, this is cool. Similar to the... But now I want to be deliberate with what I do end up smudging, right? Like, I don't know what that's doing. Moist. That's an option up here. Bristle Bosch. So this is a mega pack that you can get in Photoshop. It comes with Photoshop and it's free. This is drawing on it. Why is it drawing on it? What if I turn off that icon? No. Oh, I got no idea what's going on. No idea. I'll have to play with it more because I've seen a few people play around with this a lot. But that seems to work, the bristle smudge. But let's think about this. Maybe I want these three to merge into one shape, but still sort of keep that shape. I think this smooth transition between the cheek going down the cheek would be cool. Nah. Because I think there's some value issues down here as well. So I want to like darken all this up. Could be cool for some of this as well. Let's see if we can merge these without using the bristle or like these. I might just do the old faithful smudge tool, but then actually, no, that's because I got auto select on. So I can still keep these harder lines. It still keeps them within a shape though. So that could be a way to play with it. So maybe I want that nice transition up with these. There's a little bit too much noise going on here, like visual noise. So maybe that shape doesn't need to be there. That's cool, that blocks that plane off a little bit more nicer. How's that English for it? Yeah, let's play with this eye as well. Here, that should have a similar sort of feel. It's not the same as the reference, but that's fine. Now, some of these transitions I want to play with. So he's got that divot in his head that I want, just a little bit of a dip. Might be too much of a dip, so we increase the value here. Too much of a dip, I think. Maybe on the other side we can make that transition a little bit smoother, so it's not as harsh. It's funny, as I'm being more delicate, my voice is getting lower. We're just going to do very little delicate value shifts here. Shh, don't want to disturb them. Alright, so press Alt to sample an area. Duh. Yep, awesome. Just like the brush. That's cool. Alright, so we're mixer brushing it up now. The brush, she be mixing. Even this here. Sample all layers. Oh, I'm only on one layer, so I don't think I need to add that. Yeah, maybe. Oh, so what is it? It like mixes them more naturally, I think, maybe, than like the smudge, because the smudge does some weird stuff sometimes to the colors and the vibrancy. Ooh, I like what it did there. Okay. And because his eyebrows are up, we've made a change to his facial and like musculature. Right, so there might even be some of this going on. It kind of runs out as well. Interesting. Huh. I like. Tomislav. Yeah, I'm looking to get it done in about a week. It'll be available. If you only want to mix existing colors, you need to clear the brush first. Okay. Clean brush. Huh. All right, so it's trying to like really emulate like painting. That's pretty cool. I'm liking the effects it's giving me though. Although I am wary about being reliant on a brush, I am liking it. To the normal brush for a moment. It is that. Yeah, cool. Now I'm being a little bit more delicate. I rarely do this, but this is the time that I would do this. I go into my pen settings and make the hardness pretty hard, so if I'm going to make these smooth transitions, it doesn't like overpower. The what I'm putting down. Now the thing here on this shadow, the shadow side, it's still got volume, right? So there's like a muscle that's going to be protruding out because of the skin is sort of being pushed up. So that's going to catch some light from the shadow side, and it's going to wrap around. And this transition here, we've got to be careful of, not careful of, but just take it into account. Might even be a bit of the old occlusion shadows. Wouldn't mind adding some of the skin imperfections or perfections, however you want to think about them. So maybe some of these. Okay, who's seen Signs? Listen to this song and tell me it doesn't remind you of how the aliens sounded. Just wait for it. Don't like them. Let's see if we do it more shape driven, and then we can knock it back. So even with some of these skin imperfections, right, or like these freckles or whatever, they're going to be wrapping around the contours. Right, and we can knock these right back. And there might even be some on his head as well. And we can like that maybe, I don't know. Logo, no, I coded this one. No, I'd say what, 85% of it. The so I coded autofill and hue shifts. Francis coded luminosity lock because that had a lot of math and fancy stuff to figure that out. So I coded these two. Then I got my mate Francis to help me out with this. Play around with the load setting. Yeah, so there's load and there's wet, dry, heavy, dry, moist, wet, very wet. What's a moist light mix? Let's give that a whirl. Interesting. So you still have to, you're right. I do like this a lot. Let's join these shapes here. I think that makes sense. Okay, so it's still a brush. It's not the smudge tool. So that's what I'm having trouble with, like the paradigm that I was trying to think of. So it's not a smudge tool. It is still a brush. So it's if you lay down the color, then it's going to lay it down like how it says. So it's like, what's wet going to do? Let's clean the brush. I mean, this makes you think though, right? Which is cool. Like, where am I going to lay this shape down? How is it going to affect the other colors around it? Yeah, I have to check out Craig Mullins' technique as well. Hannah, welcome. Good to have you. Light Pondering is fantastic. That channel, really, really good. The guy that used to work for Pixar, I believe. Really enjoy that channel. Yeah, go play with Infinite Painter. That's where I found this fill tool initially. And I wanted it for Photoshop and it wasn't there and I was spewing. So let's think. So these are the situations where you can get, like, I really want to think what's happening here from a pure, like, three-dimensional sort of way of thinking. So I think this should dip in to the nose, so it sort of dips in kind of thing. So there's going to be a little bit of the old occlusions in there. But it's not going to be super harsh. Whoa. Right, let's try this. I'm curious with this pattern fill again because I can't remember exactly how it worked. So if I want to go there, go select, pattern, style, fill. Is it that? No. Yeah, it is that. Okay. So then it's just got to grab. Okay, so we wanted some grass on his cheeks, then that would work. So then I just got to grab the correct. So then I'd bundle it with a particular texture or pattern. So then it loads. And then okay. Maybe, I don't know. Sound like the aliens, it does, doesn't it? Thumb guns. How you doing? Good to see you. I think let's mix a brush this thingy. Let's try. What if we change the brush? Gouache magic. Oh, hello. He's not wrong when he's saying gouache magic. How do I know when I'm done rendering? I don't. I just have to finish. Or in this particular situation, it's like, okay, when's the stream over? And I think it comes to a point when you kind of you take a step back, you look at it, and you're like, yeah, look, I'm liking the feeling of it. It's more of a feeling for me. It sounds annoying because it's more subjective. But it's like, yeah, this is feeling about right. But it's not there yet. So we will continue. Now I want to get, what's a thrash blend? I don't know. What's Big Bad Wolf? All right, cool. We can use, okay, that's slow as anything. That's what you got to be careful with some of these brushes, right? They get slow real quick. Yeah, nah. Let's just go back to the simple old long skinny. And just put it just a bit of tone in the background. Just something. Maybe even brighten it up just a tad on this side. And then we can play with those highlights. I'm actually working on a carousel at the moment to do with like designing shapes and that sort of stuff. Maybe even do some of this. I don't know if that's gonna mess it around too much. And then we can use that as just some sort of texture in the background. I don't know. Yeah, I've got to work on my random backgrounds. Let's knock back the hue shifts a little bit. I don't know, that'll do. Now we can think more about these rim lights. So there's not enough on the back of his head. So let us play. What's going on here? Why isn't... Oh, because of the colour, that's why. Let me do it like... So this... All this hair is going to pick up this light, but I don't just want to put a line at the edge. It's kind of a cop-out. I want to think about how some of the hair... This is a good candidate for the lasso tool. Is actually going to hit maybe some of this at the top. If there is a cheat code, it is rim lights. I stand by that. It just makes everything just stand out. I don't keep a sketchbook. No, I do want to though. I really do want to, because I want to get better at line work and pen, like Kim Jong-gi style, Karl Kapinski style sort of stuff as well. I want to get better at that. So I've been thinking about it. I do know the app Heavy Paint. Yeah, that looks sick. I've played around with it a lot. What? Sorry, no, a little bit, not a lot. Because that does some of the stuff that I want to do here as well. What can we do to enhance this? I mean, his ear, we could make his ear look like it's like out from the back of his head, just with this little rim light through here. Bada bing, bada boom. So now his ear stands out. Maybe some of these flyaway hairs on this side might catch a bit of that rim light as well. I don't know. Oh, let's take a 5-minute break. I'll stay here. Just stretches. Might go for another half hour maybe. See how we go. Oh, excuse me. Yes, I'd like to think, what else could I put into this plugin that would really help my workflow? YK, welcome, good to see ya. It's 2 a.m. Far out. Blissful, if Ben had a show, what would the theme song be? Depends on the day. I don't know. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, some of the functionality is in Heavy Paint, but yeah, getting it in Photoshop would be nice. Would be ideal. See, it's a compulsion. I say that I'm going to have a break, but maybe I'm having like a mental break. I'm not. I'm picking things that aren't too taxing. The eye is kind of bugging me a little bit though. also maybe, whether this is right or wrong, I don't know, but I like to add a little bit of like more warmth to these areas, like the ear. If we get like maybe like a little bit to the nose. Let's stop the hue shifts. Knock that back. Maybe. Maybe just a tad. Maybe some in the inner eye a little bit. Oh, awesome, Andrew. Pretty more Ben content. It's a particular type. No, that's awesome. I appreciate it. Now I want to get back into the flow of doing the newsletters, because I think that's what's been missing with me, is documenting my process more just in written form and doing some more blog posts and that kind of stuff. But yeah, I recommend you guys to do the same. Like really documenting the process is really, it's really fun. I don't know. I really enjoy it. Mark, you've been awake for 5 hours, been watching the stream for 5 hours. There's some correlations there. I don't know if you can draw the conclusion or the connection. I don't know. Nah, Duncan. No, not at all. I love the suggestions, because I wouldn't have like, this really got me thinking when I started to do the environment stuff, and you were showing me, and this is why, because you can't do color shifts with, say, like the line tool that you showed me. This line tool has been an absolute godsend. Like, it's amazing. I love this thing, particularly for the where did my other one go? Particularly for this stuff. Like, it's freaking sweet. But then I was like, oh man, I'd love it if it could have those hue shifts and color variations, and it can now. So yeah, and I didn't even know you could do it just as pixels. So it's, all these suggestions are fantastic. Never feel like a suggestion is annoying or anything like that, because I'm a sponge, man. I love to figure this stuff out, learn from others, you know. Also, connecting up on your pen tablet, if your pen tablet has a wheel, or if you have shortcuts, I recommend customizing it to shift bracket, shift left bracket and shift right bracket, particularly for this, because there's no easy way to change the width of this, the line tool. But now I can like really easily make it a lot smaller and keep going like steps up and steps up and steps back down, just with that shortcut as well. That saves a ton of time. And I think that a lot of this is keeping the flow, like the reasons why we make actions and plugins and things to automate stuff, is to keep that flow going. Because it is such a pain to be in flow and you're doing the thing and it's feeling good, and then you've got to go to a tool, and then you've got to go back, and then you've got to select, and then you've got to do this. Like, any tips, tricks, anything, share them. I absolutely love it. back to the break. I gotta stand back. Stand back from the tablet. Yeah, I don't know, not a super fan of this one. He's growing on me slowly, but I think there's an issue here. This plane, if we look at it black and white, it's too similar to the side of the face, where this would actually be facing upwards a little bit more. So I'm just going to quickly change that, just real quick. Update it. Go up, in a bit of value. And that feels like it's maybe that was too high in value. That feels a bit better. It brings a bit more structure to his face, and we can sort of like maybe blend that in a little bit more. Up one tick. Yeah, the interesting thing with Photoshop as well is they don't let you take too much control over the keyboard shortcuts. At least what I've seen in the API, I might be mistaken, because I think it would interfere with people's key bindings too much that they've already got in there, which makes sense. So I want to either bundle this brightness and like this brightness shortcut scripts separately, or bundle it with it for a limited time or something, I don't know. Because this is super helpful to me as well, but I can't figure out how to build it in to the plugin itself just yet. Sugar Beats, appreciate it, Sugar Beats. Does your lasso fill tool work with the marquee tool? Certainly does. As in like this? Do you mean, wait, like this? Bam, 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 shabam, bam, 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 bam. Or like this? Shamalama ding dong bing bang. There you go. Certainly does. And I was excited about that because it's using the same function that the lasso tool does as well. Have I used the stroke function with the pen tool? Are you telling me, can I do pixels with that? Oh, I can't do pixels with it. Yeah, I've used the shape tool a lot. But I'm almost more inclined to, for like telephone wires and that sort of stuff. I can? How do I do it? How do I do this? Show me, show me, show me. Because it's grayed out for me at the moment. Is there a way to do it? Because that would be awesome. Because this is what I'm talking about. Like, then I've got to come here, change the stroke, and then fill, and then change this and blah, blah, blah. Yep, all right, created a stroke with a bend in it. Then, you know, you're talking about like rasterize the layer sort of thing. It is. I am, Chase. I am. I love it. Maybe that's how I brand it. I'm thinking about calling it Shapeshifter, the plugin, from a branding side of things. So then it's not just like autofill, it's like you got a bunch of other stuff. Oop, I don't know what's happened to my Photoshop. Okay. All right, turned off the fill. I'm at your command. Ray Black, you can, I think Procreate comes with autofill. with the selection. Hue shifts, I don't know. I don't think so. Ah, yeah. I know what you're talking about now. Yep, I've done this many moons ago. Thank you for reminding me. So I can come here, here, right click. Is it right click? But this is the thing, it doesn't save my stroke and then it goes back to the original. I like want to work for Adobe for like a year and just be like, add this, and add this. I'm waiting for your with the selection tool selected. Okay. Right clicking on. While you right click on here, your fill might need. Okay, yeah. It still feels too much like too many steps though. That's what I'm saying. Like if I could go, I'm almost more inclined to get like a hard round brush. For example, like the long skinny. Get this, right? Turn off the transfer, right? And then throw the smoothing all the way up. So then I could like really be deliberate with those lines, like telegraph poles and that sort of stuff. That's probably what I would do otherwise, just for the speed of doing stuff. Maybe this guy has landed from like Game of Thrones times, not like it was a real time, but maybe he's landed in the real world, and maybe in the background he's like there's a city scape of like New York or something, and he's like, excuse me, sire, where are the horses? That could be cool. See, that's what I'm more interested in as well, like creating stories. And figuring out backstories and stuff like that. Alright, I reckon we might leave him here, I'd say. Might do like a little warm down. You're suggesting things that that won't work with your workflow. Yeah, no, you're suggesting things that are valid, man. Super valid. It's all good shit. There's no right or wrong. I suggest things all the time that don't make any sense. Alright, I might just do some sketching to warm down. So we'll get some reference images and we'll just do some sketching. Ease into the end of the stream. He looks like he's dungeon raiding. So maybe we go to our where is it? Our dual purpose warm up and warm down. I don't like the look of these two. That it annoys me. It still annoys me if I do like something I'm not happy with. So we'll hide those ones. Get rid of those. I don't mind that. Lighten the background up. And we'll just ease into the end of this. We'll do some sketching. Everyone get out your normal HB equivalents. No fancy stuff. Just you and the canvas. For a nice relaxing warm down. Alright, let's get some reference images. I know for a fact there are some free... who was it by? Let's go figure. They'll pop up here, I'm sure. Figure drawing reference images. Again, thank you everyone as we warm down. I've drawn this guy before, but I liked it. It was fun. So do I do? No, let's find the ones where they actually do free. I know what they look like because there's two of them and they're very particular. These ones, I think. The pose archives. That's it. So if we go... Yeah, let's look up pose archives. Wonder if they have... Here we go. Let's get an interesting one. So shout out to Pose Archives. They do this free. They put them out online. Let's not get too finicky with what. Let's do a sitting one maybe. This guy's kind of cool. Yeah, let's just finish off with these two. That sounds like a good plan to me. So yeah, go check out the Pose Archives. And I think they have purchase, like you can purchase their reference packs. I want to get some more reference packs as well, so I can use them in videos and whatnot. Okay, so we don't need this one anymore. Let's just warm down. I want to do more full body stuff as well. Let's change pen settings back to neutral so I'm not killing my wrist. And let's do transfer. That feels more natural to me. Okay. Sick. We can do a bit of anatomy maybe. No, this is a warm down. We're not. Oh, we can all. It's all study. It is what it is. Touch of smoothing. Swig of coffee. Nah, my pleasure, Duncan. Sketch time, ballpoint pen, awesome, 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 awesome. I am bigger, definitely not, but I appreciate the kind words. Yeah, Duncan, yeah, Pure F is awesome. Oh, Yahito. That's awesome to hear. No, glad you're enjoying them. I've got a fan base in Spain, yeah? Oh, wow. See, I got no idea. I got no clue. You got people from all over the place. That's very cool. So let's just wind down. And because I always do stylized stuff, oftentimes these end up feeling more stylized than I mean to. But I'm fine with that. Alright, so here I'm doing a bit of a hybrid, but a lot of I'm swapping back and forth in my head with 2D shapes and 3D shapes. Right, so these 2D shapes is this, right? Is this, is that, right? But as soon as I throw a center line in, and that then sort of brings it into three dimensions. Same with this head. As soon as I put that sort of leading edge of the face, it now has direction. And I like to find the extremities as well of the pose if I'm sort of using reference. Where are the things touching the floor? Gives it weight, right? Her hands back here. And one thing that I used to always get caught up on was this connection with the arm and the torso. I used to like connect them like this, right? And then there's a gap back here. The arm is really going to be connected to the pec, right? And there's going to be a latissimus muscle, which you can see is pushing up against her arm there. So there's like more stuff happening. So there's like a crossover there. So that really tripped me up for a long time. It's like, my arms aren't looking great. It's because you're drawing them not correctly, Ben, that's why. Now the torso should be a little bit longer, I think, but that's fine. Anna, great to have you. I don't even know how long I've been streaming for. I think something like 5 hours maybe. It's been a fun one. Yeah, blissful. It's good fun. Something. I mean, we've done all sorts of stuff today. We've gone from just quickly, something that I've noticed here. Now, the temptation for this is to just bring the neck straight down. But you notice there's stuff that's like in front and behind, right? So this clavicle is in front and this trapezius, or the thing that connects to the neck, is behind, right? And as soon as I do that, so here, it's okay. But as soon as I do this, neck behind, shoulder in front, it just gives it dimension like straight away. Right, maybe not that much, but it's just enough to mean something. Behind. I want to think through what's going on here as well, so then I know where to lay certain things and landmarks. And not perfect, but that's alright, it's a warm down. This is giving me energy though. I want to do some more of these. But I've got to get something to eat. Do I listen to my primal need for food? People go weeks without food, bugger it. I'll spend some time on this. Because it takes a while to get into the zone with some of this stuff, right? So I want to redo this. Ari, welcome. Great to have you. To keep drawing, you must eat. I beg to differ. I haven't eaten all day, and I'm still going strong. Ish. I'm doing intermittent fasting. There we go. Now, there's something that Diego Lucia. Lucia. Still not entirely sure how to pronounce his last name, but he's a friend of mine. And he was showing me what fascinates me is the knee. Right? And how the knee connects and interacts with stuff. So I think it's going to be more clear here potentially. But I love how that, like the mechanics of the knee, you can simplify it down to simple. I think this is how he did it. So he did this as like the thigh. Then you do the simple shape of, say, like the leg. Then you've got the kneecap and how that sort of stair steps onto the knee, and now you've got that sort of connection there. I think that's how he did it, something like that. But that like fascinates me, how it can just all sort of slot together. Yeah, I've got to get into some more anatomy stuff. I love it. Because then you've got, if you think through the bones as well. So let's see if we can do this from memory. So this here is going to be that sort of hammer looking thing that's sitting on top of this triangle looking thing. So I don't know, who cares about the names? Can you draw them? If yes, cool. And it sort of pulls back. So you see that sort of cubed out kind of thing, and then this kneecap sort of sits in front, just like cylinders, right? Right, this kneecap is just like a cylinder that kind of sits in front there, and this triangle thing sort of kicks back like that. I think it's more like this kind of. Yeah, this is where if you're looking to get it exactly right, you'd look at reference. Yeah, I love figuring this out. It's just a puzzle. It's a puzzle to figure out. And the kneecap kind of goes a little bit like that as well. So you have that little cap on the knee, then you have the muscle come out however big you want to have it. You got all the tendons and stuff connecting from this down into here, blah 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 blah. Fun stuff. We can use that same logic here, try and see if we can see that kneecap sort of pointing off into this way. That's where the kneecap would be, sort of thing, to the front of the leg. You can kind of, yeah, you can go deep into this stuff. I won't bore you too much. Sugar beans. Pumped up kicks. Yeah. Mind you, the actual content of that song is not very upbeat, if you know what they're talking about. So maybe not that one. I like the vibe of it though. I still want to figure out, I have such way more fun painting and drawing and this sort of stuff when I've got my own music going, you know? Or like the Spotify, my own Spotify playlist. So I've got to figure out how to sync that up with everyone so we can all enjoy, and we just play whatever through YouTube, but we're all listening to the same stuff. I'm not sure if that's against the terms. If so, I'm joking. That is a joke. Haha. Good one. She's leaning back a bit more, but that's all right. That's the first little one. Let's give old mate here a go. Oh, grumpy pants. So let's think. Maybe we try and stylize him, make him like a big mean. Or more like Tarzan-esque kind of deal. Hands a bit bigger. And I've drawn it on the same layer, haven't I? Yep. Of course. Alright. Let's think about this. So his head's going to be sort of facing down just a tad. And you'll notice that I unintentionally take on the vibe of what I'm drawing. Yeah, Mark. Yeah, true. Buzzle, welcome. What music have I been listening to lately? Stuff all over the place. I've actually I've been yeah, everything from like Hilltop Hoods, Limp Bizkit, to classical, to Sam Smith, to John Butler, to Johnny Cash, NWA, like all sorts. I've got a very eclectic taste. But I've been playing around with like drum covers, so I look up on YouTube like drumless versions of songs, and I'll like Sam Smith's Unholy. I've been like doing like trying to like play drums along with that. That's a fun one to play drums with. What are my plans after the stream? Well, I want to make a reel. So the plan is to create the reel. I'll take a look at some of the recordings of what I've done from this stream to see if any of that's usable. I might use the same subject matter. I like to get out a reel today. So I'll do that. I'll eat. Yeah, then I might do a little bit of tinkering on the website or the plugin itself. And yeah, that's about it really. Put on some of my own music. Because this Epidemic Sound, it's great. It's fantastic for what it is. But some of the stuff, because I just put on the playlist, it sounds like this, for example. Like, it's okay. Nothing wrong with it. Not talking shit. But it just sounds very stock sometimes. Sometimes you got bangers. Sometimes it's just like... But maybe that's my fault for not exploring enough into their library. This is fun though. I haven't done this in a little while. Let's see if we can clean up some of our thinking here. Let's get purif out of the way. Make it full screen. He should have a bit more of a Neanderthal-esque vibe to him, maybe. Yeah, I'm not going for likeness here, by any means. Needs more of the back of his head showing if his head's facing down. Drawing through, so I'm thinking about where his torso stops. Right, so he's got his center line around thereabouts. So then I know that his legs are going to come out from here. This could be like a beginning of another VR versus reality. I could turn this guy into like another like warrior dude or someone in the jungle, and then you've got like someone sitting on their couch doing this pose with the VR things. That could be funny. I think if you actually feel something in your body, it can help you draw it better. Yeah, definitely. I agree with that wholeheartedly. I concur. Oh, Legrand, you did. Yeah, these guys are everywhere. No, they're good poses. So if we think of this arm, hey Frenchie, welcome. Yeah, Sugar Beats, I highly recommend them. The electronic drum kits, even the cheaper ones, apparently are pretty damn good at the moment. Like they've got them just for practice, just to see if you like them. I highly recommend. I mean, I've got a guitar in here as well. Like I've just been changing up the creativity. I'm trying to really think about what's in front and what's behind. Right, simplify these forms down so I can do that easier. That's not a knife. This is a knife. Some Prince of Persia shit going on here. Yeah, I really do want to explore animation. Definitely. I want to meld the 3D and 2D worlds. I think that'll be really, really fun. So much for a warm down, hey? Say heck, welcome. Athena C, only normal live video on, and I like art. Oh, fantastic. Welcome, Athena. We're just doing a bit of a warm down at the moment. Supposedly it's meant to be a warm down, but I'm getting a bit into it. Yeah, go to bed, Sugar Beats. No, I appreciate you popping in. You too. You too. No, definitely I'll worth checking out, maybe on like a Facebook Marketplace or something. If you got like a second-hand one, highly recommend. Gets out a lot of stress. Mel, welcome from the UK. Oh, we're back in the UK time zone. Awesome. Good noon from Internet Ari. I'm liking this pose. I'm liking this guy. This is a cool little dynamic thingy-mabob. It's feeling cool. Hannah. Yeah, happy Harvard from Australia. Yeah, it's 4:26 here. Axel, will it be given color and shading? Maybe eventually. This is just warm down sketches, so not today. But I'm thinking about it. It seems like a good candidate for like a VR versus reality, so I could have a similar guy, but instead of him being in this like super crazy pose, and very stalker-esque, like he's stalking prey or he's about to cut you in half. It could be we could have another version of someone that's just like sitting on a couch doing the same thing but with the VR. I've done that in the past, like VR versus reality. I want to do another one. I feel like this is a pose where there's got to be some, I don't know, he has like some sort of something, and there's like a ribbon floating in the wind. Something like that. Or like his hair's, I don't know, it's like, or he's got like a full on, it feels very intense. You notice here as well, I'm making sure, or what I'm attempting to do is make sure Alan, oh, hold on, looks like a lot of shadows in the photograph around the eyes. Bad lighting or on purpose? Maybe on purpose. It just happens to be that way, right? Because I mean, if it's top down lighting, that's going to add this kind of mask shape there, probably to the nose, depending on how sort of far the nose protrudes out. Then you've got this whole underside would be in shadow as well. So it's, yeah, I don't know, maybe, but you can put whatever lighting you want on it. Alan. Oh, that's fantastic. Now, glad to hear you've picked up the pencil again. That's awesome. Welcome back. We've missed you. But you see what I'm trying to think of here. So this is just for my learning as well, just as much as trying to explain stuff, but let's knock that one down a little bit. But I'm thinking that, okay, this is a cylinder that's coming forward in space, right? But this is also coming forward in space. This is coming forward in space, right? These not so much. This one is a little bit, right? And they're all intersecting each other. Right, so his knee's going out that way, so it's kind of maybe even going back a little bit. We can think of that going backwards in space. His whole torso is coming towards us, if we imagine it. Like this kind of shape, you've got the center line. Right, it's sort of coming towards us. His head. This sort of, if we think of it as like a sphere, cylinder. So all of this I'm thinking about, this is a box. And I've got hue shifting on at the moment, so it's going crazy. This is like a box. This is like a triangle box kind of thing. So that's coming towards us. This is kind of going back in space as well a little bit. So it's pretty dynamic, it's pretty cool. Nice little pose to finish the day on. But I'll keep this for the archives, so I can, what do I name this one? VR versus reality. What do you call something that could potentially be something? Candidate. VR versus reality candidate, there we go. Could even move his hand up a little bit. Afraid to do surgery. We'll have to adjust some of these shapes though, but that's fine. Cool. All right. Well, look, that was a fun little figure drawing sesh to warm down the stream. Oh, Tom, just in time for me to shut off. Sorry, man. Mark, premium berries. That's it. This stream was the berries. Every time that gets me. Love that saying. That's the new saying. I'm making merch with that on it. I hope you guys know. All right. So last 5 minutes, I'll be focusing on chat. And so this is what I was working on before, for those that have just popped in. So you can see him being built up from nothing using Shout Out, the plugin that I'm developing with my good mate Francis, which autofills selections, which is something I've always wanted in Photoshop. So yeah, shameless plug. It'll be coming out in about a week. Ari, hello, Uncle Ben. Uncle Ben, I don't know if I like Uncle Ben. I'm not that old. I have a problem with the proportional body. Do you have any suggestions to understand faster? Now I just draw. Can you explain a little bit about the proportional body? I'm not entirely sure what that means. Oh, that's fantastic, Hannah. Yeah, Painterly is a lot about simplification, and just because it's Painterly doesn't mean that it needs to be blended all the time. I'd check out people like JC Leyendecker, John Singer Sargent, and if you actually have a look, if we just do like Singer Sargent. Oh, I wonder if we can go into that Google Arts and Culture. I don't know if you guys have seen this. You can get real close-up views of paintings. So like here, for example. Alright, so if we zoom in, depending on how well they're photographed, like look how close you can get to a Sargent. That's pretty sick. But if you zoom out, right, look how it looks like they're there, they're sitting there. It's like a place. It's almost like a photograph in a way, but it's not. It's better than a photograph. It's like reality. But then you zoom right in. What on earth is this stuff? It's like a little bloody zigzag bits and pieces all over the place, just real scribbly sort of stuff. That's what interests me, is the illusion. These are magicians. Right, if we look at another one. So this is Google Arts and Culture. Like even this, like the illusion of light. Where's a more... I mean, all of these, you can, like even this, right? Like even this guy, he looks real. You zoom out, he looks real. He's the focal point from what I'm gathering. Right? But then you look at this. This highlight is just a little blap, 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 blap. This whole side of the head is just almost one kind of color. And it's just real brushy brush strokes. Right, and then it comes down, and as the focal point gets further and further away, it's just super, it's still considered, but it's less detailed. Right, but this is like the focal point, I think. Well, that's where I looked at. And you've also got this contrast as well, with the light and the dark, and it's the highest contrast. And then it goes into this mess of whatever, which is... I mean, look, you could do this, no worries. You could be like, bap, 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 bap. Like, it's pretty sick. But yeah, Old Masters, go check them out if you haven't already. Oof. Good times. Sargent was using a mixer brush. Oh, he definitely didn't have auto select. Autofill selections. So there's no excuse. Appreciate it. Alex, thanks for popping on. I don't do much. I have done in the past. I'd like to get into it a little bit more traditional stuff. That's always good fun. You've got to, because it's so time consuming, it's good because it makes you think. And I like to carry some of that into my digital work, because you've got to think what you lay down. The shapes that you're putting down, whether I'm putting it down with a brush or if I'm putting it down with an auto selection, you know what I mean? the same kind of thinking. How light, how dark, how warm, how cool. That's kind of the so the 4 things that I'm thinking about: light, dark, warm, cool. Light, dark, warm, cool. And then you think about like edges, like how soft is this transition, how hard is this transition, blah blah blah. But it's all very similar thinking, which is cool. Anna, do I have any advice for when I'm getting frustrated with something I'm working on? Know that it's going to happen. I get frustrated all the time, a lot, constantly. It's normal. Frustration is good because it means that learnings are going to come out the other end of it if you don't give up on it, right? Not necessarily, I don't mean like push through that particular painting if you really don't want to, but something I've found the most value in pushing through those frustrations, because the more that you push through and then you come out the other end of it with something that you're happy with, the more times you do that, you almost build momentum and like a callus around that feeling of like, oh no, it's not working, it's not looking good, I'm no good. You just be like, I've been here before. It's to be expected. I got out of that situation 30 other times in the last year. This is just another one of those. Let's go back and think what we can do. How are the values looking? How are the lines? Is the perspective looking right? Let's go back to some of my style references. Maybe I can pick up something that someone did and I go back and forth between mine. It's like, okay, that's interesting. They did this and I did this and mine looks like shit. Theirs looks good. Let's try what they did, you know? So, yeah, it happens. I get frustrated constantly, but it gets easier the more that you do. Yeah, it does. That's the thing. It takes you so long comparatively to digital to mix the colors. So it's like, yeah, it's you've got to each brush stroke almost costs more in time, kind of, you know. It's a funny one. It's like, all right, I've got to place this bet, essentially. I'm placing this bet on this painting, and this is an educated guess, an educated bet, boom. Instead of just like, oh, I've got infinite bets, la-di-da-di-da-da-da, and before you know it, you've sort of painted yourself into a hole, and then it's going to take you just as long to get out of that as the time saved doing it digitally. So that's something that I've learned the hard way, like the hard way. So yeah, Ari, when you're talking about like the proportional body, it's interesting. Proportions and all that sort of stuff are helpful, but let's say if we go back to this one that I did here, right? What are the I find I put more stock in understanding 3D forms, because if say we come here and I say, all right, what's the proportion of this cylinder, right? Side on, and this is what sort of tripped me up for a long time. We've got the proportions of this cylinder. Let's say we cut it into thirds, more or less, right? This is a cylinder that's on the side. Now, as soon as we put that in a different perspective, now this cylinder's looking at us, right? It's a rough cylinder, right? How do we find those proportions? Well, we got to think about things in 3 dimensions. So we can start to think about, okay, as this goes further and further away from us, these proportions are going to sort of get closer and closer together. They're going to sort of skew down towards that sort of the bottom as it goes further away. And you can see this in real life, like actually get something cylindrical, wrap lines around it and see what happens to it, you know, or get a 3D program like Blender and do it on there as well. But then it's like, okay, what if it's looking directly at you? Well, then the proportions go all out the window. So I don't want to be stuck too much on this, right? Personally, I don't find a heck of a lot of value in really studying like each individual proportions. What I put more stock in is understanding the 3D forms, understanding how to manipulate them however the heck I want. So then if I know that let's say we cut this in half, all right, and we've got half that could be like half the body. So this could be like the torso here and like the hips here or whatever. I want to know that I can, okay, around about there is where the hips are going to go, or like the torso stops, and then you got like the rib cage, and then you've got kind of there's nothing, yeah, see, this is just my way of thinking. It might not be the best way to do it, but I've always struggled with being rigid in just focusing on these types of proportions. I want to take this and use it, because you're seldom going to get people that are just standing straight up still, right, with the perfect proportions. They're going to be at an angle, they're going to be leaning down, that kind of thing. So I'd even recommend practicing on a cube or like a rectangle. So okay, now this is a rectangle, this is half, and this is half, right? If I was to draw this on its side, how would I find those proportions? Well, you can do it a couple of ways. You can find the center point by finding that sort of cross section between here. All right, cool. Now I know where the center point is, and that's going to go back into space. Now I've got this proportion here, and then I've found that center line here, and that's going back into space as well. So I put more stock into this kind of thinking. This needs a lot more explanation if I was going to teach it, but this is kind of where I'm at with proportions and that kind of thing. So I'll get really used to understanding things in 3 dimensions, because then you can start to do shorthand. You can say, okay, instead of doing all this working out and getting all this messy stuff on here, you can just be like, all right, I know, like here's the general box of whatever. All right, and then the middle is around there. Okay, cool. Now I've got the. Oop. What's happened? Where is my? Uh-oh. Oh, because I'm selecting both things. So now I've got like that, and then I can say, okay, then the pelvis sort of comes back in space. I can do more shorthand without doing all this ruling out, because I've practiced and I can kind of do it by eye. And it's oftentimes not perfect, so I've got to tweak and change it. But yeah, I put more stock into figuring out the 3D forms, and then you can push and pull it to whatever you want. Now I can make this like a huge guy, right, with like massive traps, tiny head, little waist, little legs, you know. Right, but it's still in perspective. It's sitting in 3D space, you know. And that was the hardest part I found, was getting out of this really, like, sort of, not getting out of it, but like transitioning from this more rigid way of, okay, this and this, and then ruling all the lines out. This is necessary, I think, but yeah, this understanding 3D forms and really understanding how to manipulate them at will is super valuable. So I recommend giving that a whirl alongside with this. Again, there's no rules. This is just what I think. But yeah, I hope that makes sense. I hope I just didn't spit a bunch of bullshit. It didn't make any sense. Catch you later, Blissful. My pleasure, Anna. No worries at all. Nor Yasser, first time catching you live, and my apologies, I'm just about to head off. No, but hopefully I'll catch you at another time. And with that, look, thank you again so much, everyone, for popping in. It really means a lot, all the support that you guys have been giving me and keeping me company in these streams. It means a lot. So yeah, I'll keep doing this, keep having fun with it. I hope you kick some art goals over the next week, and I'll see you. I won't see you Monday or Tuesday next week because I got workshops. So it'll be sometime next week. I'll hop back on stream and we'll continue to have some fun with it. So on that note, catch you later, Mel. Catch you later, Hannah. See you later, Ari. Orangey. Great to have you. 3 Dillion. Good to have you. All right, I'm off. Catch ya. Now it's the awkwardness of me trying to find the button to end the stream. Again, I did this last stream. This is so embarrassing. Okay, you guys can go. I'm still here. I'm trying to stop the stream. Still here. Still here. How embarrassing. Let's go. Still here. Okay. Big end stream button. All right. Catch you later, everyone.